Chapter 1400. Alchemist Kwang, what a big tone. You obviously don't put my floating mist sect in your eyes? Anger rose in the eyes of the three of them, as if they would suppress Ning Qi at the same time. Seeing that, the nearby cultivators could not help but feel bitter in their hearts. Black Wind Ridge had already been destroyed by Ning Qi and Yu Feng, and now that the head wolf had died, 3 more tigers had come. If the 3 floating mist sect cultivators were to make a move, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles would be completely destroyed. They were rogue cultivators, different from sect disciples. It was hard for them to find a place with enough heaven and earth spirit chi and good cultivation resources nearby. If it was really destroyed, they would have no choice but to leave their homes, and the cost of the transmission array would be hard to bear. The enmity between my Alchemist Alliance and Yu Feng is not something that your floating mist sect can interfere in, Ning Qi said coldly. Alchemist Alliance? Jian Shilai was slightly startled, and subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. The 3 floating mist sect cultivators were also startled, their eyes revealed a trace of suspicion, and looked at Ning Qi up and down. You are a registered alchemist? Even so, your actions are still very rude. I'm afraid you have to go to my floating mist sect and explain to the elders of my sect. If your sect's elders want an explanation, come to Da'an City to find me. I am the commander of the Alchemist Alliance in Da'an City, Ning Qi said indifferently. The commander of the Alchemist Alliance in Da'an City? The nearby cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. This identity was already comparable to the sect master of a second-rate sect. If he had only killed a sect master of a third-rate sect, even the true immortal of the deer sect would not be able to say anything. Jian Shilai's expression became even weirder. The 3 floating mist sect cultivators were startled, they looked at each other, and the leader's eyes became serious. You are the commander of Da'an City? I remember you are not the Ghost Elder? Pretending to be the commander of the Alchemist Alliance, this crime is probably even heavier than killing Yu Feng. Don't you want to think about it before you speak? It seems like your floating mist sect's information network is not good. The Ghost Elder has already stepped down, and I am now the commander of Da'an City. Ning Qi chuckled and took out the jade token. When the 3 of them looked at it, their hearts turned cold. This jade token was indeed the one that was managed by the Alchemist Union. There were even 2 words Da'an on it. So, you are the supervisor of the Alchemist Alliance. The 3 of us were too rash. The leader forced a smile and cupped his hands. Those who don't know are innocent. Ning Qi laughed and said to Jian Shi, let's go. Yes. Jian Shilai nodded lightly. Ignoring the trio, Ning Qi and Jian Shilai flew directly in the direction of Void Wave City. Senior Brother Yen, should we go and confirm this kid's identity? How could he become a commander at such a young age? Could it be that his alchemy skills have already reached the alchemy venerable realm? Even though Yu Feng isn't much, he's still half a step into the creation realm. Our floating mist sect has spent a lot of resources on him to reach this realm. Wouldn't it be a pity if he died just like that? 2 floating mist sect cultivators looked at Ning Qi and Jian Shilai's disappearing figures, and said to the leader. After a full 3 breaths, Yan Jingxing said with a cold face, this time, a giant demon appeared in the north and slaughtered millions of lives. The elders of the sect want us to go and settle it immediately. This is the most important matter. One of you will go to Da'an City, and the other will return to the sect to report this matter. I will go to the north. Senior Brother Yen, I heard that the giant demon killed a few half-step into the creation realm. Will it be too dangerous for you to go alone? Don't worry, it's just a giant demon. I can settle it. If you guys hurry, you might be able to catch up. Yan Jingxing said lightly. Alright. Senior Brother Yen, be careful. The 2 of them cupped their hands and flew in the direction of Void Wave City. Yan Jingxing stood where he was for a few breaths of time. Then, he soared into the sky and flew towards the north. After everyone left, The itinerant cultivators of Black Wind Ridge gathered around with ugly expressions. Looking at the mess on the ground, their expressions became even more unsightly. The Black Wind restrictive spell has been broken, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here will gradually thin out. It seems that we have to find a new place. An old man sighed. Old Chen, it's easy to say. Everyone's dear sect celestial coins are either spent on elixirs or dharma treasures. Where would they have extra money to use the teleportation formation? As for the area around Void Wave City, there are hundreds of independent forces of various sizes. There is no place for us to stay. A middle-aged cultivator said with an ugly expression. I think we should disperse. Although those forces are a little strict, at least we have a place to stay. The cultivator called Old Chen side. Seeing this, everyone felt that there was no other way. Only a few itinerant cultivators went to Void Wave City. They had saved some dear sect celestial coins, which was enough to find the next suitable place to cultivate. As for the forces here, once they entered, they would have no choice. Unless it was a last resort, no itinerant cultivator would be willing to be controlled by others. If it was a proper sect, it would be a different story. And City. It wasn't until they arrived at the Alchemist Alliance that Jian Shi completely believed that Ning Qi had become the commander of this place. At this moment, Old Ghost and the others were standing in front of Ning Qi with Bai Qing and the other two, as well as 4 alchemy grandmasters that Ning Qi had never seen before. They cupped their hands and greeted Ning Qi as commander. Ning Qi glanced at the 4 of them and found that they had something special about them. They were slovenly. When they saw him, the new commander, their faces showed impatience. Commander Ning, my flame pill is about to be finished. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Me too. Time is of the essence. I must hurry up and finish researching the resurrection pill. The 4 of them cupped their hands and left. Old Ghost smiled bitterly. Commander Ning, don't worry about them. These 4 fellows are like this. They are obsessed with alchemy and can't extricate themselves. Don't think that they are only in the middle stage of the transcendence realm. One of them was in the late stage of the transcendence realm 100 years ago, but because he has been using his own blood essence to experiment with new pills for the past 100 years, his cultivation has regressed. They have a name in the Alchemist Alliance. We all call them Mad Alchemist. They have nothing else in their hearts except alchemy. Ning Qi noticed that when Old Ghost said this, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Commander Ning, ever since we broke through to Alchemy Grandmaster and were taken in by Old Ghost, the 4 of them have been like this. Even when Wang Ting was still here, he was not willing to deal with them. Moyu smiled and shook her head. To be so obsessed with one thing, they will definitely achieve great things in the future. Ning Qi sighed. That's true. Our Alchemist Alliance has 33 true immortals. 5 of them were mad alchemists back then. Other than that, there are 9 great alchemy emperors and 36 alchemy saints. Chapter 1401. Chapter 1401. Chapter 1401 Blacksmith's Union 33 true immortals, 9 great pill emperors? Elder Ghost, could it be that only 9 of the 33 true immortals are alchemy emperors? A hint of doubt flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Only 3 true immortals are pill emperors. The rest are either pill saints or pill venerables like Commander Ning. Alchemy doesn't depend on one's cultivation. It requires talent. The other 6 pill emperors are also masters of creation. It's just that they don't have a celestial dynasty under them, so they can't be called true immortals. As for the remaining 36 pill saints, some are masters of creation, and some are only half-step creation. Old Ghost. After pausing for a moment, Spectral Elder smiled faintly. That's why the cultivators from the outside world don't dare to provoke our Alchemist Alliance's registered alchemists. Think about it, if a fellow's cultivation base is only at the half-step creation realm but he's an alchemy saint, and he can easily summon a pill venerable level true immortal for help, Who in the central mainland would have the confidence to face the wrath of another true immortal? Even the weakest perfected immortal in the Alchemist Alliance is a three-tribulation creator, comparable to the deer sect perfected immortal. Doesn't that mean as long as I become a saint of alchemy, there will be true immortals that I can use? Ning-Chi felt a little strange. That's what the outside world thinks. However, if you really want to invite a true immortal to help you, you will need to pay a great price. Either medicinal pills or pill formulas. You will need to bring out something that the true immortal wants in order to invite them. And that is under the circumstance that your skill in alchemy is higher compared to the true immortal. If your skill in alchemy is on the same level as the true immortal, or worse, you might not even have the qualifications to meet him. Gui Lao said with a smile. Oh, I see. Ning-Chi nodded with a smile. He had a better understanding of the value of the position of commander. If it was not related to his lifespan, the spectral elder would not have given up his position so easily. Commander Ning, in a few days, the medicine delivery envoy sent by the higher-ups will arrive. According to the rules, we have to give the other party at least a 7th-grade medicinal pill as a travel fee. Previously, because of the matter of my lifespan, I haven't prepared a 7th-grade medicinal pill. I'll take my leave and refine the pill first, Gui Lao said with a smile. Delivering medicine? Ning-Chi was slightly stunned. It's Dan Emperor's people. Every year, they are responsible for delivering immortal grasses and spirit medicines to the Alchemist Alliances. Their cultivations are all different, but even if the other party is just an eternal life realm cultivator, they can't be underestimated. After all, those who can be arranged to deliver medicine are all existences close to Dan Emperor. The spectral elder explained with a smile. All right, I understand. Ning-Chi smiled and cupped his hands. After Elder Ghost left, Bai Cheng and the other two also took their leave. Only Jian Shi and Ning-Chi were left in the hall. Aunt Sword, you've already confirmed that I'm the leader of this place. The Floating Mist sect wouldn't come here to seek revenge for a half-step manifestation cultivator. Can you tell me now, what did you take from Yu Feng to make him come personally to kill you? Ning-Chi smiled curiously. It's not really anything good. It's just a low-grade spiritual weapon. Jian Shilai said indifferently. Low-grade spirit weapon? Ning-Chi's eyes moved slightly. There was one thing he had forgotten. It was the staff he had obtained from the forbidden ancient desolate land. Little Six called it the Coiling Dragon Staff. It was a top-grade spiritual weapon specially used to restrain the Dragon Clan. At that time, Little Six had said that Ning-Chi hadn't become an immortal yet and couldn't use it. He needed immortal chi to refine it. Now that Ning-Chi's body was filled with immortal chi, did that mean he had the right to refine the Coiling Dragon Staff and use it? It seemed like he had to give it a try. Although the Dragon Slayer saber was extremely sharp and hadn't met anything it couldn't cut, its grade might far exceed the spiritual weapon level. However, it wasn't at its peak. There were still 4 Dragon Balls that hadn't been found. The system hadn't issued a quest to find the Dragon Balls for a long time, so its power was relatively lacking. A top-grade spiritual weapon should be much stronger than the Dragon Slayer saber of this era. As for the spiritual weapons here, Ning-Chi suspected that they were different from the spiritual weapons in the Immortal Clan's mainland. After all, the heavenly Tao rules were there. The highest power that could be condensed here was the power of creation. The spiritual weapons here should also be powered by the power of creation. Aunt Jian, Yu Feng is half-step to creation. Does he value an inferior-grade spiritual weapon so much? Ning-Chi frowned. Jian Shilai looked at Ning-Chi strangely and said indifferently, creators can casually refine supreme-grade spiritual weapons, but inferior-grade spiritual weapons require the power of creation and special patterns. Ordinary creators can't refine them. The perfected immortal of the Deer sect here only uses middle-grade spiritual weapons, so a mere inferior-grade spiritual weapon is indeed worth Yu Feng's effort. He paused for a moment. In the central mainland, although the Alchemist Alliance is much stronger than ordinary celestial dynasties and ordinary cultivators don't dare to provoke you, the status of the Alchemist Alliance is far above yours. Alchemist Alliance. Li Kuan-shin had never mentioned the existence of this force. Yes, there are only about 30 known alchemists in the Alchemist Alliance. I heard that the Alliance Master is the strongest existence under Dao Yen, Immortal Emperor. Jian Shilai nodded. In that case, spiritual weapons are extremely rare in the central mainland? I'm afraid only Dao Yen, Immortal Emperor, has supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Perfected immortals in some prosperous celestial dynasties might have superior-grade spiritual weapons too. The rest of the perfected immortals only use middle-grade spiritual weapons. Ordinary creators use inferior-grade spiritual weapons. Jian Shilai said indifferently. No wonder Yu Feng would personally take action. Ning Qi came to a realization. He didn't expect that spiritual weapons would be so rare in the central mainland. I have the 9 hell tempering technique, so I might have the method to refine spiritual weapons. However, without the power of creation, only I can use the spiritual weapons I refine, right? I've already placed that spiritual weapon in a very safe place. If you break through to the half-step creation realm faster than me, I'll give it to you. Jian Shilai said indifferently. Thank you, Aunt Jian. Ning Qi didn't refuse. Venerable Lai Yang is an elder of the Piao Miao sect. Lai Kong has gone to the Void Realm. When they come back and find out that you've become the governor of this place, they will definitely use Yu Feng's death to make things difficult for you. You have to be careful in the future. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't leave Da City. With your current strength, even Venerable Lai Yang can't kill you in Da City without anyone noticing. I'm going to the celestial capital to wait for Wang Lin to wake up. Jian Shilai said. I'll send you off. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Chapter 1402. Chapter 1402. Chapter 1402 Refined Top Level Cultivation Training Ground. More than 30 years had passed. At this moment, there was a silver-white rod floating in front of Ning Qi. This silver rod was engraved with dense special patterns. Even Ning Qi, who had cultivated to the first level of the 9 hell tempering art, could not see the mystery of these patterns. This meant that Ning Qi's refining skills were far from the level where he could refine supreme-rank spiritual weapons. Immortal spirit power surged out of Ning Qi's body, enveloping the coiling dragon staff and refining the divine will left on it. In the first year, the coiling dragon staff was still incomparably black, like a piece of garbage, and its mysteries could not be seen. But as time passed, the immortal qi continued to be refined, and the layer of black rust on the coiling dragon's staff peeled off little by little, and its true appearance was gradually revealed in front of Ning Qi. There are a total of 108 celestial spirit restriction spells on it. I've already refined 93 of them. Soon, I'll be able to successfully refine this item. According to the first level of the 9 hell tempering art, the grades of spiritual weapons were divided according to the forbidden immortal spirit spells. Even the lowest grade spiritual weapon had 3 layers of forbidden immortal spirit spells inscribed on it. Each layer contained tens of thousands of strands of immortal spirit qi. Ning Qi had to go through countless scouring and refining before he could break through the first layer. 8 years later, when the last celestial spirit restrictive spell was refined by Ning Qi, the body of the coiling dragon staff bloomed with a dazzling silver light, and the surging celestial spirit qi surged out of its body like clouds and mist. There was a faint connection between the coiling dragon staff and Ning Qi's mind. The coiling dragon staff seemed to have become Ning Qi's third arm. Rise. Ning Qi's mind stirred, and the coiling dragon staff in front of him soared crazily into the sky like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. Shrink. In the blink of an eye, the coiling dragon staff became the size of a silver needle and floated in front of Ning Qi. Isn't that the Rui Jingu Bang? Ning Qi had an odd expression on his face. In the journey to the west, Sun Wukong had used a staff that could change its size to pierce through the heavenly court. The coiling dragon staff in front of Ning Qi was similar to the Rui Jingu Bang depicted in the journey to the west. With a slight thought, the coiling dragon staff shrunk to the size of an ordinary staff. Ning Qi reached out to grab it and felt his whole body sink. This weight, a hint of surprise flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. The weight of the coiling dragon staff was beyond his expectation. Ning Qi's body was the avatar of an ancient immortal emperor, and he also cultivated the prison-suppressing dragon mammoth merit law. His strength was countless times greater than ordinary cultivators. Even lifting a mountain was a piece of cake for him. However, the coiling dragon staff in front of him actually made him feel heavy. This was enough to show how terrifyingly heavy it was. I wonder if a half-step creation realm cultivator can withstand this strike? The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled into a faint smile. Not to mention the other mysteries of the coiling dragon staff, just a simple swing of the staff would probably be difficult for even a half-step to the creation realm existence to withstand. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the Supreme Grade Spirit Artifact, Coiling Dragon Staff. Coiling Dragon Staff Special Effect. Destruction of all spells, increase host's cultivation speed, triple damage bonus against dragons, true dragon. Destruction of all spells. Could it be that one strength can defeat all? Increasing host's cultivation speed, this special effect is not bad. However, the triple damage bonus against dragons, the brackets behind it, could it be? Ning Qi rubbed his chin. If there was a true dragon, then there would definitely be a pseudo-dragon. The clan that Little Six represented should be a true dragon. After all, its form was very different from the dragon clan here. It had a snake's body and a dragon's head, while the dragon clan here was a bit like a lizard with an extra pair of wings. In short, regardless of whether the coiling dragon staff's damage bonus against pseudo-dragons or not, this supreme grade spirit artifact's bonus to my combat strength is very obvious. If I fight with Yu Feng again, I might only need one strike. As for Lai Kong, Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. If he wanted to attack Lai Kong, then he would have to kill Venerable Blazing Sun as well. The clan behind them must also be annihilated. Intentionally or unintentionally, Ning Qi had inquired about Venerable Blazing Sun from Spectral Elder. Apart from being an elder of the Floating Mist sect, he also had a very large clan behind him. There were also 2 First Tribulation creators like him, and there were also more than 10 people who were half a step into creation realm. There were billions of living beings in his clan. Ning Qi's current strength was far from enough to annihilate such a clan. Therefore, he still needed a little more time. Just a little more. With a thought, the coiling dragon staff turned into a silver liquid and condensed on Ning Qi's wrist, turning into a wrist guard. It's your turn. Ning Qi faintly smiled. He stretched out his hand and the 9-spirited god bell appeared in his hand. Perhaps it sensed that its master had come out of seclusion, but the 9-spirited god bell made a huge ruckus. As soon as it appeared, it began to emit a buzzing sound. The sound waves spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. This speed far exceeds the speed of sound. Are you planning to send a signal to your master? Ning Qi smiled faintly and patted the 9-spirited god bell. The 9-spirited god bell immediately rang loudly like a bell. Ning Qi only felt a heavy blow on his chest, and he could not help but take 3 steps back. You like to ring? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. The coiling dragon's staff transformed again and appeared in his hand. He hit the 9-spirited god bell heavily. Buzz with the 9-spirited god bell as the center, an extremely powerful loud sound rang out instantly. The clouds in the sky were scattered, and the mountain peak was swept by a gust of wind. Ning Qi, who was at the center, bore about 80% of the pressure. However, the pressure was greatly reduced by the coiling dragon staff. Is this the effect of the all-destruction technique? Ning Qi's eyes were filled with joy. He could clearly feel that the coiling dragon staff had taken 99% of the damage from the nine-spirited god bell for him. Ring again. Ning Qi hit the nine-spirited god bell again with the staff. Buzz, ring again. Buzz, keep going. Buzz. After being struck over 100 times, the sound of the divine nine-spirited bell became more and more muffled and weaker. In the end, it couldn't even make a sound anymore. On its body there were many densely packed lines. They looked like cracks caused by the coiling dragon staff, but they also looked like special lines that it had. Ning Qi put away the coiling dragon staff and patted it lightly. The nine-spirited god bell did not ring again. Instead, it conveyed a feeling of fear. You be **starred, if you knew this would happen, why did you have to be hit more than 100 times before you became obedient? Ning Qi smiled faintly, but a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. The nine-spirited god bell could not be destroyed after being hit so many times by the coiling dragon staff. Could it also be of the highest grade? Then he began to check the restrictive spell on the nine-spirited god bell. In the beginning, Ning Qi had tried to refine a little bit. However, due to the limitation of his cultivation, he could only refine a little bit of it. Chapter 1403. Chapter 1403. Chapter 1403. Take advantage of. There were actually two restrictive spells on the nine-spirited divine bell. One of them was the 108 immortal spirit restrictive spells that Ning Qi was familiar with. It was hidden very well and only revealed itself after being hit by the coiling dragon staff. The other type of restrictive magic had thousands of layers, and the aura they gave off was very similar to the power of good fortune. If that's the case, then this nine-spirited god bell is also a product of the Immortals' Land, and the restrictive spell around it was added later on so that it can temporarily control the nine-spirited god bell. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth hooked up into a faint smile. The restrictive spells at the back should be the work of the tough donkey or its master. The degree of exquisiteness of those several thousand restrictive spells was also extraordinary. Among them, more than 1,000 of them were specifically used to suppress the nine-spirited divine bell. The 108 restrictive spells would only appear after Ning Qi destroyed these restrictive spells. Even I wouldn't be able to think of something like this. But now, it's my turn to benefit. As long as Ning Qi refined the 108 layers of Forbidden Immortal Spirit spell, the forbidden spell that the divine bell of nine-spirited rune would collapse on its own. At that time, this thing would belong to Ning Qi completely. It would have nothing to do with the tough donkey anymore. Thinking to this point, Ning Qi grinned and began to craft. Just as Ning Qi was about to start refining, an angry roar came from the development immortal realm. Who dares to covet my nine-spirited god bell? This roar caused all the cultivators in the development celestial realm to tremble uncontrollably because they knew that it was the existence of a nine-calamity master of creation. In the development celestial realm, it was the strongest after the Tao Yen celestial emperor. It's the Alliance Master's voice. 9 divine bells? Could it be the supreme-grade spirit weapon that the Alliance leader wore around her neck before she fell into a deep slumber? Someone actually dares to refine it? There are thousands of creation restrictions on it. Even if we work together and refine it for 1,000 years, we still won't be able to break it, right? In a deep mountain in the development immortal land, a few figures broke through the sky and looked in the direction of the roar in bewilderment. Then, without hesitation, they broke through the sky and left. Not long after, these figures flew to Tao Development Immortal City and entered the Tao Development Immortal Palace. The guards within seemed to know these people, and they didn't stop them and allowed them to walk swiftly towards the depths of the palace. "You guys are here?" a gloomy voice rang out. Not long after, the scene in front of them changed, and they appeared in an ice-cold hall. At the highest point of the hall sat a small donkey with gray fur. Its body was the same size as a normal donkey. If not for its profound aura, Most people would probably mistake it for an ordinary donkey. Its huge eyes were constantly scanning the people in front of it. The coldness in its eyes could almost condense into solid frost. "Greetings, Alliance Master." The few of them hurriedly bowed. "My nine-spirited god bell has been tampered with. Ever since I woke up, I haven't been able to locate it. I never thought that in just 100 years, someone would actually dare to do something to it. You guys, send out all the people in the Craftsmen's Union to look for it. I want to find this person and ask him personally why he tampered with my nine-spirited god bell." The donkey spoke in the human language. Its voice was filled with boundless coldness and anger. "Alliance Master, do you have an exact location?" "We, Scram. If I have an exact location, why would I need you guys to look for it?" The donkey stood up and bellowed, "All of you are perfected immortals with countless subordinates in the Celestial Dynasty. Do you want me to teach you how to do things?" "Yes, we understand." A trace of fear flashed across their eyes. Although they were perfected immortals and the rulers of the Celestial Dynasty, they were still terrified when facing an existence like the donkey. When the donkey had just woken up, an 8-calamity creator had come to provoke it but was swallowed by the donkey. Not even a hair was left. Even the 9 Serenity's demon lords had to bow respectfully when they saw the donkey. They didn't dare to act rashly. Phew, Ning-Chi let out a long breath. The 108 layers of restriction spells on the 9-spirited god bell had all been refined by Ning-Chi. The restriction spells that were put on the 9-spirited god bell immediately disintegrated. From this moment on, the 9-spirited god bell completely belonged to Ning-Chi. Even if he used it in the outside world, its previous owner wouldn't notice. One was the coiling dragon staff, and the other was the 9-spirited god bell. These 2 supreme-grade spiritual weapons had increased Ning-Chi's combat strength by several-fold. Refining these 2 items took Ning-Chi more than 90 years. If he didn't have the top-grade cultivation training ground, he really wouldn't have had enough time. If I use these 2 items together, I might be able to fight against a level 1 creator. External objects were external objects after all. No matter how strong they were, they could only be used to their fullest potential by relying on one's own strength. If Ning-Chi wanted to use these 2 spiritual weapons to their fullest potential, he would probably need to break through to the realm of the 3 or 5 calamities creator masters. The power he could unleash right now should only be 1/10 of their power, maybe even less than 1%. As soon as he left the top-grade cultivation training ground, an alchemy boy was waiting for him. The alchemy boy stood outside the door respectfully. When he saw Ning-Chi, he quickly said, "Commander, the medicine messenger from above has arrived at Den City. He is now in the guest hall with the Ghost Elder. The Ghost Elder said that if you come out of seclusion, he would like to invite you over." "Medicine messenger? He wants to see me?" Ning-Chi frowned slightly. "I don't know what's the matter," the alchemy boy said in a low voice. "Well, let's go." Ning-Chi nodded lightly. All the way to the guest hall, Ning-Chi heard the Ghost Elder's mocking voice. "Fire Dansect, even if you see Commander Ning, what can you do? Your junior brother Wang Ting doesn't know what's good for him. He wants to covet the position of commander and was defeated in front of Alchemy Venerable Langya. At this moment, he doesn't even dare to return to Den City. Do you really want to stand up for him? Using the name of Pill Saint by High to suppress Arden City? My junior brother's skill is not as good as others. That's his problem. I just want to see this genius alchemist who is said to be able to refine the level 8 Grand Restore pill. Why can't I?" Hearing this, Ning-Chi's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. So the medicine messenger this time was Wang Ting's senior brother. Could it be that he was here to get revenge for Wang Ting? With a sneer, Ning-Chi walked directly into the guest hall. In addition to the Ghost Elder, there was also a cultivator who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His hair was dark red like flames. There was also a hint of hot aura coming from his body. His cultivation was much deeper than Wang Ting's. He was at the law phase great perfection realm. Commander. The ghost elder saw Ning Qi and bowed. The red-haired cultivator sat calmly on the chair and looked at Ning Qi with a scrutinizing gaze. Why do you want to see me? Chapter 1404. Chapter 1404. Who are you? You are Ning Beixian? My good-for-nothing junior brother Wang Ting was defeated by you? You don't look like a big deal. Grandmaster Fire Alchemy looked at Ning Qi indifferently. I heard that you are a medicine messenger? You can leave after you have delivered the immortal grass and spirit medicine. Ning Qi said indifferently. Hee. Grandmaster Fire Alchemy looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. After a while, he said, Master already knows about your competition with my junior brother. He asked me to bring you a message. And I'm all ears. Ning Qi smiled. Master said that there is always someone better than you. Wang Ting lost to you this time because he underestimated the heroes of the world. However, he has his eyes on the position of an city's governor. If you want, he can help you transfer to another city. Grandmaster Fire Alchemy smiled. Help me tell your master that if I don't want to sit in this position, I will return it to Elder Ghost. In any case, it's not your turn to worry about it. Ning Qi smiled. Elder Ghost was slightly startled, then a smile appeared in his eyes. Before this, he was a little worried that Ning Qi would be afraid of the other party's background and give up the position of an city's governor. At that time, he and Bai Qing would have to leave this place dejectedly and lose face. You don't even give face to Pill Saint Bai Hai? Grandmaster Fire Alchemy's expression changed slightly. Can you represent Pill Saint Bai Hai? Your master is just a disciple of Pill Saint Bai Hai. Can he refine a rank 8 medicinal pill? It can't be, right? Then why did they send a plaything like you to intimidate me? Speaking of this, Ning Qi's aura surged out. Grandmaster Fire Alchemy's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. He felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. His qi and blood kept rolling and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He's not at the middle stage of Law Phase realm? Grandmaster Fire Alchemy was a little shocked. His aura alone could injure him. His cultivation was far more than what it seemed on the surface. Why are you still standing? Do you want me to send you out personally? Ning Qi smiled. Commander Ning Beixian, I'll remember you. Grandmaster Fire Alchemy sneered and walked out directly, but Ning Qi's voice came from behind. There are thousands of people who remember me. Who are you? The anger in his eyes was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He wished that he could tear Ning Qi's corpse into 10,000 pieces. However, Ning Qi's move just now had caused the Fire Pill sect to be extremely fearful. After pausing for a moment, he continued to walk out. Very quickly, he disappeared from Ning Qi and the Ghost Elder's sight. His master, Venerable Blackwater, is one of the 3 personal disciples of Pill Sage Emerald Sea. His attainments in alchemy are even higher than Venerable Lang Yu's. His cultivation is also quite high, being a second tribulation creator. However, Commander Ning doesn't need to worry. Even so, his position in the Alchemist Alliance is only slightly higher than yours. He wouldn't dare to suppress you openly. I'm just afraid that he'll persuade Pill Sage Emerald Sea and secretly cause trouble for you. Old Ghost. It doesn't matter. A battle between alchemists should be settled through an alchemy battle. Ning Qi smiled. Old Ghost faintly smiled. In his heart, he was glad that he met Ning Qi. Not only did he get 1,000 years of lifespan, but he also kicked that dog Wang Ting out of Dan City. Furthermore, the pill refining attainments that Ning Qi had displayed before were extremely extraordinary. At the very least, he was the kind of pill venerable that was infinitely close to the Pill Saint. If he knew that Ning Qi had a 100% success rate in refining the 8th stage Taishang Dan, he would not have thought so, because being able to do this was enough to be called a pill saint. Old Ghost, I want to use pills to exchange for some deer sect celestial coins and buy some refining materials. Where can I exchange Inda and City? Ning Qi asked. His position in the deer sect had gradually stabilized. While waiting for Wang Lin to wake up, he could use the 9 Hell Tempering spell to refine the A-rank battle fortress. It was a rare opportunity to return to Earth, so Ning Qi would not miss it. Even if that traitor Zhang Tian had died of old age, he must still have descendants. It was natural for a son to pay his father's debt. It is very easy to sell pills produced by our Alchemist Alliance, but refining materials. Commander Ning, could it be that you also know how to refine treasures? Old Ghost was a bit surprised. For normal cultivators, aside from fighting, it was already amazing if they had a supportive skill. Ning Qi already knew alchemy. Could it be that he also knew how to refine treasures? These 2 methods were the strongest among the thousands of auxiliary methods. A little bit. Ning Qi smiled. I suggest that Commander Ning only focus on refining pills. As for forging materials, ordinary ones can be found everywhere, but slightly better ones like Sun Gold Essence and Moon Essence Iron can only be found in the Weapon Palace opened by the Weaponsmiths Alliance. The price is exorbitant, and the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty only has 1 Weapon Palace, which is located in the Thousand Mountain Range. Yes, the Thousand Mountain Range. There are 1,000 types of ores there that can be refined into 1,000 types of refining materials. It is one of the most precious mountains in the Deer sect and attracts countless cultivators. The Thousand Mountain Range is being excavated by the Alchemist Alliance and the Deer sect. The Alchemist Alliance takes 70% of the share, while the Deer sect only takes 30%. This is something our Alchemist Alliance can't compare with. After Old Ghost finished speaking, his eyes revealed a hint of envy. There are 1,000 types of ores in this mountain range. Wouldn't it be very chaotic? Ning Qi frowned. As for how strong the Alchemist Alliance was, he had already heard about it from Jian Shi. That's not the case. The Thousand Mountain Range has 10,000 God Deer army guarding it. This is one of the elites under the Deer sect's true immortal. The vast Deer sect only has 300,000 God Deer army, but the Thousand Mountain Range only has 10,000. No cultivators would dare to provoke the God Deer army in the Deer sect. Hence, the security there is much better than Aurda in City. Old Ghost smiled. Pausing, Old Ghost asked curiously, Commander Ning, what pills do you want to sell? If it's longevity pills, I can buy them all. Old Ghost, if you consume 10 longevity pills, there will be no effect. If not, I can give them to you without you even asking. However, if there's someone who needs it, Old Ghost can help me pull some strings. As for the pills I want to sell, I'll take the Supreme Grand Cyclic Pill. It's an 8th tier pill. It should be very valuable, right? Ning Qi smiled. Old Ghost's eyes flashed with disappointment. But knowing that Ning Qi wanted to sell 8th tier Supreme Grand Cyclic Pills, he happily said, Why don't I organize an auction? If I sell 8th tier Supreme Grand Cyclic Pills, each one would be worth at least 200,000 Deer Sect Immortal coins. There's no need for an auction, it's too much of a waste of time. How about this? Who Inda and City can afford to buy the Supreme Grand Cyclic Pill? Old Ghost, help me send a message to them. 1 pill per person, 200,000 Deer Sect Immortal coins. No bargaining. After all, the immortal herbs required to concoct this pill aren't easy to find. Chapter 1405. Chapter 1405. Chapter 1405 Selling Pills, alright then. Gui Lao nodded in disappointment. He wanted to use this auction to provoke the old drunkard. You have the small Supreme Rejuvenation Pill, I have the big Supreme Rejuvenation Pill. However, Ning Qi did not want to hold an auction, so he had no choice but to help Ning Qi contact the cultivators in Duran City who had the ability to buy this pill. Commander Ning, in addition to our alchemist union, there are 5 other forces in Great Peace City. They are the City Lord Mansion. Great Peace City's City Lord Gu Jianfeng is said to have retired from the God Deer Army. His cultivation is unfathomable, and he is a half-step creation realm existence. It shouldn't be a problem for him to take out 200,000 Deer Gate immortal coins. There is also the God Deer Army's Huang Squad Captain, Lu Fifan. He should also be able to take out 200,000 Deer Gate immortal coins. In addition, the Huang clan, Zhao clan, and Ding clan should be able to take out this amount of Deer Gate immortal coins. As for the others, I will send someone to contact them. With that, Ghost Elder saw that Ning Qi was curious about the Divine Deer Army's ranking system, and explained it to him. The Divine Deer Army was divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Among them, there were only over 20 people in the Heavenly Troop, and all of them were elites among the first Tribulation Masters of Creation. The leader was a second Tribulation Master of Creation, comparable to the sect leaders of the 5 major sections. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was the strongest existence among the second Tribulation Masters of Creation of the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. The rest of the Earth troops were led by ordinary First Tribulation Masters of Creation. They led a group of half-step creation realm existences to guard the 5 most important regions of the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. The troops at the Thousand Ore Mountain were the Divine Deer Army's Earth troops and a dozen Xian troops. According to Old Ghost, even if all the sects in the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty were added together, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single sweep by the 300,000 Deer God Army. Otherwise, why would those sect leaders obediently pay tribute to the Deer Gate True Immortal every year? I'll have to trouble Old Ghost to pass on the message. Ning Qi laughed. I'm also going to buy a Supreme Grand Restore pill. No, too. I wonder if you're in charge. The ghost head looked at Ning Qi with a smile. Ghost Elder, you can have as many as you want. At most, you can sell a few to outsiders. Bai Cheng and the others must have saved a lot of Deer Gate celestial coins over the years, right? Since we're on the same side, we'll naturally give you a discount on the Supreme Grand Restore pills we're selling to you, Old Ghost. 100,000 Deer Sect immortal coins for 1 pill. Ning Qi smiled. 100,000 Deer Gate immortal coins? Senior Ghost sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Ning Qi would give them a discount, but he didn't expect that Ning Qi would give them a discount of half. Regardless of whether Ning Qi was trying to buy their hearts or not, even venerated Alchemy Lang Yu wouldn't be so generous. Soon, Bai Cheng and the other 2 received the good news. If it was 200,000 celestial coins, they might not be able to afford it, but 100,000 celestial coins was just enough for each of them. With the exception of Senior Ghost, Bai Cheng and the rest's cultivation would definitely increase greatly. If they were lucky, they might even break through to the late Transcendence realm. A few days later, Ning Qi refined all the remaining immortal herbs and spirit medicines into Supreme Grand Restore pills in the cultivation training field. Including the 18 pills he had previously, he had a total of 43 pills. He planned to sell 13 of them and consume the remaining 30 for himself, which would increase his cultivation by 3,000 years. What? Supreme Grand Restore pill? In the Great and City Lord's mansion, after Gu Jianfeng received Old Ghost's message, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He then rushed out of the City Lord's mansion in ecstasy and headed towards the Alchemist Union. The same scene happened in the Huang family, Zhao family, Ding family, and the Deer God Army's Huang family. Inside the guest hall, 5 cultivators with profound auras were sitting opposite each other. Other than Gu Jianfeng and Lu Fifan, who were at the half-step creation realm, the Huang family, Zhao family, and Ding family's masters were only at the Transcendence realm Great Perfection realm. Therefore, the three of them were sitting at the back, looking at Gu Jianfeng and Lu Fifan with a hint of flattery. Sorry to keep you waiting. Senior Ghost and Ning Qi walked into the guest hall together, followed by Bai Qing and the other two. Gu Jianfeng said impatiently, Senior Ghost, is there really a Supreme Grand Restore pill? 200,000 Deer Gate immortal coins for one, right? I'll take them all. Lord Gu, do you want to keep it all to yourself? Lu Fifan said with a faint smile. What? Gu Jianfeng looked at Lu Fifan coldly. Gu Jianfeng retired from the Deer God Army, while Lu Fifan still held a position in the Deer God Army. The two of them had a grudge against each other in the past. The three masters looked at each other with an ugly expression. Their cultivation was weaker than the two of them. If the two of them wanted to keep it all to themselves, they wouldn't have a share. All right, one Supreme Grand Restore pill per person. You can't have more, you can choose not to. Ning Qi said indifferently. Who are you? What gives you the right to speak? Lu Fifan's cold eyes suddenly fell on Ning Qi. Everyone, Commander Ning is the new commander of the Alchemist Union here. Captain Lu, please watch your tone. Who are you talking to? Senior Ghost introduced Ning Qi with a smile, then looked at Lu Fifan coldly. What? New commander? The five of them were startled. Lu Fifan glanced at Ning Qi suspiciously. Seeing that Ning Qi was only an intermediate transcendence cultivator, he didn't think much of it. On the other hand, Gu Jianfeng respectfully cupped his fists at Ning Qi and asked curiously, I wonder if this Supreme Grand Restore pill is concocted by Commander Ning? Of course, other than Commander Ning, who else in the Deer God dynasty can concoct the Supreme Grand Restore pill? The Ghost Elder smiled lightly. Lu Fifan's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly cupped his fists at Ning Qi and said, It's Commander Ning, I apologize for my lack of manners. The three masters also stood up and bowed. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They didn't think that the position of the Alchemist Union in Da and City would change so quickly. Ning Qi ignored Lu Fifan and nodded at Gu Jianfeng with a smile. He said indifferently, Senior Ghost's message was very clear. I wonder if you have brought the immortal coins? Lu Fifan was a little angry when he saw that Ning Qi ignored him. However, Ning Qi's position was much higher than him. Moreover, Ning Qi could concoct a rank 8 pill. Lu Fifan was very shocked, but he didn't dare to show his dissatisfaction on the surface. Yes. The patriarchs of the three families spoke first and took out an interspatial ring. Senior Ghost stepped forward and took the interspatial ring. He glanced at it and nodded to Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and casually took out 3 porcelain bottles and handed them to the three of them. The three of them excitedly opened the bottles and took a look. Immediately, an incomparably rich fragrance gushed out from the bottles. Alright, could it be that my alchemist alliance will give you fake pills? Senior Ghost said with dissatisfaction. We don't dare. The heads of the three families smiled awkwardly and put away the elixir. Then, they bade farewell and left. Although they were already at the Dharma plane great perfection, there was still a long way to go before they reached the peak. The Taishang Great Restore elixir could help them make up for this gap. In order to avoid any accidents, they swallowed it when they returned. Lu Fifan obediently took out the dear immortal coins and left with the pills. Gu Jianfeng wanted to buy more but was politely rejected by Ning Qi. Including senior ghosts, a total of 1,800,000 dear immortal coins. It should be enough for the trip to the Weapon Palace. Chapter 1406. Thousand or Mountain. From a few hundred miles away, Ning Qi could smell the smell of minerals. He followed the smell and soon, buildings appeared in front of him. There were no city walls here, it was like a market. There was a huge building with the words, Weapon Palace, written on it. Behind him was an endless mountain range. The smell of minerals came from the depths of the mountain range. There were cultivators flying back and forth between the Weapon Palace and the mountain range. Some of them had happy smiles on their faces, while others were whispering to each other with anger on their faces. It was as if they had encountered some injustice in the mountain range. Ning Qi's arrival didn't attract much attention. The god deer army patrolling in the distance only glanced at him. After seeing that he was a mid-stage transcendence cultivator, they didn't care anymore. Sun essence gold contains sun fire. Even if it comes in close contact with the sun, it won't melt instantly. It's an extremely difficult forging material. It's perfect for a grade A battle fort. With it as the main material and a few other forging materials, if it succeeds, the grade A battle fort will be upgraded to a higher level. While thinking, Ning Qi walked into the weapon palace. The first floor of the weapon palace was very lively. There were probably thousands of cultivators gathered here. There were people wearing special clothes who were collecting all kinds of ores from these cultivators. Then, according to the proportion that they had to hand over, they would take out an equal amount of Deer Gate immortal coins and give it to the cultivators. Ning Qi looked for a while and found that the palace collected 90% tax from the cultivators here. But this was normal. After all, this was the forbidden land of the Blacksmith Union and Deer Sect Celestial Dynasty. If you want to mine here, don't think about evading the tax. Otherwise, the god deer army would come out to suppress you. I only feel the aura of 1,000 people. The remaining 9,000 people of the god deer army should be scattered in the mines to prevent people from running away with the ores. Ning Qi thought to himself. About 1 hour later, he found that the forging materials on the first floor were all ordinary. There were no high-end materials like sun essence gold or moonlight iron that he wanted. Just as Ning Qi was about to go to the second floor, the entrance suddenly became crowded. Make way, make way! Experts of Weapon Palace, quickly come out and suppress this sun essence. 4 late Transcendence Realm cultivators ran in excitedly. In the middle of the 4 of them, there was a dazzling golden palm-sized object that was constantly changing shape. The 4 of them had used a secret technique to tightly envelop it in midair. However, their secret technique was currently disintegrating. If they had not been constantly transferring their power into it, the secret technique would have been broken long ago. Therefore, the 4 of them were very pale. They had used too much power. Wow! Sun essence? They actually dug out the essence of the sun. This palm-sized sun essence can easily be sold for 5 million Deer Gate celestial coins. After deducting the taxes, these 4 fellows have earned 500,000 Deer Gate celestial coins. TSK, the sun essence hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. I remember the last time it appeared. A few cultivators at the half-step perfected transcendence realm were accidentally burned to death. These 4 fellows actually brought it all the way back? How lucky! The nearby cultivators looked at the 4 of them with envy and greed. Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly when he felt the hot air blowing towards him. The sun essence was a refining spiritual material that was 1 or even 2 grades higher than the sun pure gold. However, ordinary refining techniques could not use it at all. However, Ning Qi's 9 hell tempering technique was a refining technique of the Celestial clan. The first level coincidentally contained the detailed method to condense and use the sun essence. Sun essence? A middle-aged cultivator wearing the special attire of Weapon Palace suddenly appeared. He looked at the sun essence in surprise. The next moment, a surge of power of creation surged out of his body and enveloped the sun essence. The 4 of them relaxed slightly and stood aside. Although they were sweating profusely, they looked at each other happily. The sun essence that was extremely difficult for 4 late Transcendence Realm cultivators to transport was suppressed in the blink of an eye in the hands of this middle-aged cultivator. As though it had a mind of its own, it gradually turned into a ball and remained motionless. The power of creation wrapped around the sun essence and floated above the palm of the middle-aged cultivator. He sized it up carefully and nodded with a smile. It is indeed the sun essence. This person is not at the half-step creation realm. He is a first tribulation creator. Ning Qi's eyes gradually turned serious. This was the first time he saw a real master of creation. He looked no different from an ordinary person, and his aura was more restrained. However, the power of creation that burst forth from suppressing the sun essence was 100 times stronger than when Yu Feng attacked with all his strength. Very strong. The difference between a half-step creation realm and a first tribulation creator is probably equivalent to the difference between the Qi refinement realm and the transcendence realm. An insurmountable difference. Even such an existence doesn't dare to hold the sun essence. The lethality of the sun essence is also extremely terrifying. Ning Qi kept comparing the difference in combat power between him and the other party. With the coiling dragon staff and the 9 spiraling divine bell, he might be able to fight with the other party without being defeated. This was already Ning Qi's boldest guess. If the coiling dragon staff didn't have the special effect of destroying all techniques, Ning Qi wouldn't have dared to make such a bold guess. As for defeating the other party, it would be a little difficult. This sun essence is worth 5 million lumen celestial coins. According to the tax, I have to pay you 500,000, right? The middle-aged cultivator ordered his subordinates to bring out a black box that was filled with chilling intent. After arranging countless power of creation on the sun essence, he carefully placed it in the box and closed it. Then, he looked at the 4 cultivators who had excavated the sun essence gold with a smile. This black box that was made of millennium frigid iron was also very valuable. It was very suitable to store the sun essence. Yes, Elder Qi Rui will never let us suffer losses. The 4 of them smiled and nodded. There are 500,000 lumen celestial coins in here. You can count it. Qi Rui seemed to enjoy the flattery of the 4. He nodded with a smile and took out an interspatial ring and threw it to the 4 of them. The 4 of them scanned the ring with their divine senses and bowed to Qi Rui. Thank you, Elder Qi Rui. You guys did well this time. If you didn't control this sun essence and let it fly into the sky to merge with the sun, you would have suffered a great loss. Qi Rui said with a smile. It's all thanks to the method that Elder Qi Rui taught us. That's why the 4 of us could have such a reaction. The 4 of them cupped their hands and said. Chapter 1407. Shin Baining Qi stared at Qi Rui's back as he walked up to the 2nd floor. After a moment of contemplation, he also walked up to the 2nd floor. But before he could reach the staircase, someone appeared and stopped Ning Qi. These cultivators were dressed differently from the cultivators of Weapon Palace. On their chests, there was a divine deer that was about to soar into the sky. The 2nd floor is where low-grade spirit weapons are sold. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. The person looked at Ning Qi indifferently. He seemed to be disdainful of Ning Qi's mid-stage transcendence realm cultivation. Normally, those who could go up to the 2nd floor to buy low-grade spirit weapons were at least half-step creation realm cultivators. Most of them were 1 or 2 creation realm cultivators. He is a guest. What reason do you have to stop a guest? Ning Qi smiled faintly as he looked at the god deer soldiers. They seemed to have never seen a mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator as calm as Ning Qi. They looked at each other in surprise and then moved to the left and right. Ning Qi smiled and went up to the 2nd floor. Once he reached the 2nd floor, Ning Qi sensed dozens of half-step creation auras. They all looked at Ning Qi and realized that he was only a mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator. Some of them turned their heads in disdain, some had a look of confusion in their eyes, and some looked at Ning Qi curiously. It was rare to see cultivators like Ning Qi on the 2nd floor. Low-grade spirit weapons are priced from 1 million to 3 million dear celestial coins. This price is really expensive. No wonder even Yu Feng, a sect leader, would personally come for a low-grade spirit weapon. Ning Qi glanced at the low-grade spirit weapons and sighed in his heart. But he still couldn't find the sun gold he wanted. Ning Qi's eyes couldn't help but look at the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. "Little guy, this is not a place for you to stroll around." Noticing that Ning Qi was about to head to the 3rd floor, a cultivator from Weapon Palace walked in front of Ning Qi with a smile and stretched out his hand to stop him. "Senior, I want to buy some sun gold and moonlight iron. They should be on the 3rd floor, right?" Ning Qi smiled at this cultivator. The other's aura was very obscure, but he could feel a trace of creation power that was stronger than Yu Feng's. Are you an armament master?" The Weapon Palace cultivator glanced at Ning Qi with some surprise. However, when he confirmed that Ning Qi's cultivation level was only at the middle stage of the Transcendence realm, he didn't pay too much attention to him. Unlike alchemy, the requirements for a Transcendence realm alchemist were very strict. No matter how strong a Transcendence realm alchemist was, he could only refine supreme-grade ritual implement. There was a huge difference between a magic tool and a spiritual tool. It was like the difference between a wooden sword and a sword made of fine steel. After all, higher quality materials needed to be tempered repeatedly. A piece of sun pure gold needed to be tempered 9,999 times. Even a creator would have to spend a lot of effort to do so. Dharma plane cultivators might not even be able to do it once, let alone 9,000 times. The difference between the power of nomological laws and the power of creation was just that obvious. Only some cultivators with special unusual fires could refine the power of creation across realms. However, be it the speed or the grade, there was still a huge difference between them and a true creator blacksmith. Even if they managed to refine something, they would still be unable to do so. "I'm new to this path. I've made a fool of myself." Ning Qi smiled in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Little fella, since you're new to this path, you can use the materials on the 1st floor. The sun pure gold is not something that you can refine. You can leave now." The Weapon Palace cultivator smiled and waved his hand. "As a blacksmith, I naturally hope to refine better materials. I'm not talented, but I want to try the sun pure gold. As for the deer sect celestial coins, I've prepared some. It should be enough." Ning Qi smiled. "Oh? A palm-sized piece of sun pure gold costs 100,000 deer sect celestial coins. Are you sure you can afford it?" Hearing Ning Qi's words, Liang Kong was a bit surprised. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. "If that's the case, I'll bring you up." Liang Kong nodded. There was a restrictive spell at the entrance of the 3rd floor. Liang Kang's body flashed and the restrictive spell disappeared. Seeing this, Ning Qi thought that if Liang Kong didn't lead the way, he wouldn't be able to get to the 3rd floor. "Liang Kong, this kid is?" The 3rd floor was very spacious. There was a circle of iron shelves around the wall, on which all kinds of ores were placed. Occasionally, there would be a ripple that suppressed the aura of the ores. In the center, there was a counter where Qi Rui sat. At this moment, his eyes moved from the sun essence to Ning Qi. "Elder Qi, this kid wants to buy some sun pure gold." Liang Kong smiled. "Sun pure gold? Intermediate Transcendence realm?" Qi Rui frowned slightly, then waved his hand and said, "There are still 5 caddies of sun pure gold left. 1 caddy costs 100,000 deer sect celestial coins. Bring him to get it." "Yes." Liang Kong smiled and nodded. Then, he led Ning Qi to an iron shelf not far away. Ning Qi immediately saw 5 pieces of ores the size of duck eggs on the shelf. These ores emitted a faint aura of sun-real fire. These should be the so-called sun gold. Compared to the sun essence, their aura was indeed many times weaker. "Little fella, how many pieces do you want?" Liang Kong looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. In his opinion, it would be amazing if Ning Qi could take out 100,000 deer sect celestial coins. So, he was teasing him. "I, Elder Chi Rue, we are here on the orders of our master to get 5 caddies of sun pure gold, 20 caddies of moon essence iron, 50 caddies of Mount Tai stone, 250 caddies of cold ruins ice." Suddenly, a white-robed youth brought 20 black-robed men up to the 3rd floor and stopped in front of Chi Rue. The white-robed youth's aura was very mysterious, making it hard to tell his cultivation base. The 20 black-robed men, however, emitted a faint half-step creation aura. Ning Qi glanced at their attribute. Dear Sect True Immortal Direct Disciple, Shin Bai Level, First Tribulation Creator, a true immortal direct disciple of the Deer Sect? First Tribulation Creator? Why would such a character come to the 1000 or mountain? There should be more than one weapon palace in the Deer Sect, right? Ning Qi's expression turned ugly because the other party asked for 5 caddies of sun pure gold. Coincidentally, there were only 5 caddies of sun pure gold left. If the other party took it away, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. So it's true disciple Shin. Chi Rue kept the sun pure gold without batting an eyelid. He stood up with a smile and cupped his fists. True disciple Shin, you came at the right time. My weapon palace only has 5 caddies of sun pure gold left. Please follow me. After he finished speaking, he brought Shen Bai and the rest to Ning Qi's side. Shen Bai glanced at Ning Qi and Liang Kong indifferently, then ignored them. As for Chi Rue, he didn't even put Ning Qi in his eyes. With a light wave of his hand, he took the 5 pieces of sun pure gold. Elder Qi, I saw these pieces of sun pure gold first. It's always first come, first served, right? Chapter 1408. Chapter 1408. Martial Brother Chi Rue was startled. Shen Bai frowned when he heard Ning Qi's words. He sized Ning Qi up. Intermediate Transcendence Realm? What do you need the sun pure gold for? I'm afraid you don't even have the ability to refine it. Liang Kong, why aren't you taking him away? Chi Rue said coldly. Yes. Liang Kong smiled bitterly and winked at Ning Qi. Little brother, let's go downstairs. He didn't think that Ning Qi would dare to speak in this situation. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. Is this how the weapon palace treats its guests? Ning Qi looked at Chi Rue indifferently. A mere intermediate transcendence realm cultivator, do you have the right to speak here? Chi Rue's eyes were filled with anger. A faintly discernible pressure was emitted from Chi Rue's body. If an ordinary cultivator was hit by this aura filled with the power of creation, they would have already knelt on the ground. However, Ning Qi endured it expressionlessly. He didn't even move his body. Wait. Shen Bai raised his hand slightly. Chi Rue was startled as he didn't know what Shen Bai was going to do. However, Shen Bai's identity was not simple. He was just a weapon palace master, and there was a huge gap between him and Shen Bai in terms of status. Naturally, he had to give Shen Bai some face. He retracted his aura and looked at Ning Qi coldly. You are a blacksmith? Shen Bai looked at Ning Qi. Yes. Ning Qi nodded indifferently. Alright, since you are a blacksmith and you were here first, I will let you have the sun pure gold. Chi Rue, sell the sun pure gold to him. Shen Bai said indifferently. Chi Rue was startled and his complexion turned ugly. Shen Bai's actions were clearly not giving him face. After 3 breaths of time, he casually tossed the sun essence gold to Ning Qi. 5 sun essence gold the size of duck eggs drew a parabola in the air, causing the air to begin to burn. Without Chi Rue's suppression, the sun pure gold that was used to refine spirit weapons showed their true colors. They were like 5 small suns, emitting a huge amount of energy. Chi Rue's lips curled into a faint sneer. Liang Kong hesitated for a moment, but he still didn't choose to make a move. He was just a deacon of the weapon palace. If he made a move now, he would be offending Chi Rue. Coldness flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He gently raised his hand. Immortal Qi gushed out from his palm and caught the 5 pieces of sun gold instantly. Their energy was wrapped by the immortal Qi, Not a trace of it leaked out. Turning his hand, the 5 pieces of sun gold disappeared from Ning Qi's hand. There are 500,000 Deer Gate immortal coins inside. Ning Qi took out an interspatial ring and threw it at Qi Rui. Everyone was slightly startled and looked at Ning Qi in surprise, as if a flower had grown on his face. Clap, clap, everyone looked at Shen Bai. Shen Bai, who had been expressionless, smiled and clapped twice. He smiled at Ning Qi and said, "It seems that the new commander of Den City is really unusual. No wonder Wang Ting was defeated by you." The new commander of Dan City? Alchemist Alliance? Liang Kong and Qi Rui were surprised. This cultivator at the intermediate stage of the Transcendence realm was the new commander of Dan City? Could it be that his alchemy skills had reached the level of an alchemy venerable? "Young master, you know me?" Ning Qi smiled. Except for Ning Qi himself, no one knew that Ning Qi had seen through Shen Bai's background. It was normal for him to call Shen Bai young master. If he called out Shen Bai's background directly, it would make people suspicious. "I know every commander of the Alchemist Alliance. Before you, the commander of Dan City was Senior Ghost, right?" Shen Bai smiled. "Yes." Ning Qi nodded with a smile. It seemed that he was really the commander of Dan City? Qi Rui frowned slightly. Because of the uniqueness of the Craftsmen's Union, apart from the 30 strongest official members, the rest of them couldn't be considered as members of the Craftsmen's Union at all. They could only be regarded as their subordinates, hired servants. Therefore, although Qi Rui's cultivation was higher than Ning Qi and he was the master of the 1,000 Treasure Mountain, in the eyes of outsiders, his status was the same as the commander of the Alchemist Alliance. Rumor has it that when Commander Ning competed with Wang Ting, he refined a batch of rank 8 Taishang recovery pills and won? I wonder if this is true? Shen Bai smiled. Rank 8 Taishang recovery pill. At this moment, even the group of black-clothed men that Shen Bai brought looked at Ning Qi with a different expression. This little guy is so powerful? Liang Kong immediately looked at Ning Qi in a different light. Rank 8 Taishang recovery pill. There were not many in the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty who could refine rank 8 pills, right? Young master is really well informed. Ning Qi smiled. He did not admit nor deny it. If I didn't recognize Commander Ning just now, it would be fine. Since I recognized Commander Ning, I naturally have to make friends with such a genius. To be honest, I have a grudge with Alchemy Venerable Blackwater. This time, you indirectly helped me vent my anger. I have to thank you. Shen Bai smiled. I see. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. At this time, Qi Rui also came forward and cupped his hands towards Ning Qi. Commander Ning, as the commander of the Alchemist Alliance, why didn't you reveal your identity before? That would have saved me from misunderstanding. Haha, it's just a small misunderstanding. You don't have to take it to heart. Go and help me get a batch of sun gold essence. Shen Bai smiled. Then I will go. Qi Rui smiled and nodded. He gave Ning Qi a deep look and turned to go down to the 3rd floor. Old brother Ning, I'm older than you. You don't mind me calling you that, right? After Qi Rui left, Shen Bai looked at Ning Qi with a smile. A strange look flashed across the eyes of the 20 black-clothed men that Liang Kong and Shen Bai had brought along. With Shen Bai's status, he actually put down his pride and addressed someone as a brother. It seemed like he really valued the other party. Ning Qi naturally didn't mind calling Shen Bai brother. He also wanted to see what the other party wanted from him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shen Bai also revealed his identity. Ning Qi showed an appropriate amount of shock, but his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. Old brother Ning, with your alchemy skills, I'm afraid the position of the commander of the Alchemist Alliance will belong to you in the future. At that time, the two of us will have to interact more often. Shen Bai smiled. Ning Qi somewhat understood what Shen Bai's purpose was. It turned out that Shunbai was preparing for a rainy day. Shunbai felt that he might become the commander of the Alchemist Alliance in the future. That was why he lowered his status today. Big Brother Shin must be joking. I'm still inexperienced. It's already a pleasant surprise that I can sit in this position today. Ning Qi smiled modestly. Who can say what will happen in the future? Shunbai said with a faint smile. Chapter 1409. Chapter 1409. Trading for the Sun Essence. I can't say I'm good at it, but I'm quite interested. Ning Qi smiled. Shunbai smiled and nodded. But only he knew whether he believed it or not. Soon, Qi Rui returned to the third floor and smiled at Shunbai. True disciple Shin, I've sent a message. A batch of sun-refined gold will be delivered in 15 days. Thank you, Palace Master Qi. Oh right, I heard that someone under your command has dug out the sun essence? Shunbai smiled. Qi Rui laughed awkwardly. That's true. Palace Master Qi, you really know how to manage your subordinates. Shunbai smiled. My teacher has reached a bottleneck in crafting recently. This sun essence should be able to help him. Palace Master Qi Ning Qi's ears perked up. He was also quite interested in the sun essence. True disciple Shin, this sun essence is very rare. After I got it, I didn't dare to hide it. I've already sent a message to the Craftsmen's Union. I'm afraid I can't decide how to deal with it. Qi Rui smiled. Palace Master Qi, you must be joking. It's just a fist-sized sun essence. How could it catch the attention of those seniors? How about this? I'll buy it for 6 million dear sect celestial coins. Palace Master Qi, you won't reject me, right? Shunbai chuckled. Qi Rui's expression changed slightly. 6 million dear sect celestial coins was a good price. He could earn a favor by selling it to Shunbai. After thinking for a while, he smiled and nodded. Since true disciple Shun has asked, I will give you some face. Then, he took out a black box and handed it to Shunbai. Shunbai took the black box and opened it. The sun essence was being suppressed by a power of creation, lying quietly in the black box. It really is the sun essence. Shunbai smiled and nodded. He took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Qi Rui. Palace Master Qi, there are 6 million dear sect celestial coins in here. Please check. There's no need. I trust true disciple Shin. Qi Rui smiled and put away the universe ring. He did not even look at it. It seemed like he trusted Shunbai very much. The transaction of 6 million dear gate celestial coins was completed in front of Ning Qi. While Qi Rui and Shunbai were chatting, Ning Qi smiled and asked Liang Kong to bring him to see the other refining materials, such as the moonlight iron. After spending all 1,800,000 dear gate celestial coins, Ning Qi's spatial bag was filled with a large pile of refining materials. There were as many as 5 types of refining materials. Qi Rui glanced at Ning Qi from time to time. Seeing Ning Qi being so generous, he was 100% convinced that Ning Qi was the Alchemist Union's commander in Dun City. Otherwise, how could an ordinary intermediate stage law phase realm cultivator easily suppress the sun gold essence and take out 1.8 million lumen immortal coins without blinking an eye? Elder brother Chun, this little brother is also somewhat interested in the sun essence. I wonder if you can transfer half of it to me? Ning Qi walked to Shunbai and said with a smile. This guy even wants to get his hands on the sun essence? With his cultivation, wouldn't he be reduced to ashes with just a touch? Qi Rui, Liang Kong and the 20 black-clothed men all looked at Ning Qi strangely. Shunbai was slightly stunned. He then looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile and said, Younger brother Ning, transferring half of the sun essence to you is not a problem. However, I don't lack dear gate celestial coins. I wonder what younger brother Ning is going to give me in exchange? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. 15 grand supreme rejuvenating pills. 15 grand supreme rejuvenating pills? Apart from Shunbai, everyone else seemed to be panting heavily. A single supreme grand revitalizing pill could increase one's cultivation by 10,000 years, and 15 of them would be equivalent to 150,000 years. Even though everyone had different aptitudes and their resistance to the pill was different, some people would still be effective after consuming 10 pills, and some people would be ineffective after consuming 2 or 3. This did not hinder their desire for the Supreme Grand Revitalizing Pill. This guy can actually take out 15 level 8 elixirs so easily. His alchemy skills. Qi Rui looked at Ning Qi with a complicated gaze. As a one tribulation creator, he suddenly realized that other than his cultivation level, he was slightly weaker than Ning Qi in many aspects. 15 grand supreme rejuvenating pills? Really? Shen Bai stood up from his chair and looked at Ning Qi with sparkling eyes. Of course. Ning Qi smiled. Deal. I'll give you half of the sun essence. Anyway, the remaining half is enough for master. Shen Bai laughed. Before Ning Qi took out the elixirs, he forcefully split the sun essence in half in front of everyone. This scene made Qi Rui's heart palpitate. As a one tribulation creator, he knew that he could not split the sun essence in half so easily like Shen Bai did. Ning Qi gently swept the table, and 3 porcelain bottles appeared. 1 porcelain bottle, 5 grand supreme rejuvenating pills. There are a total of 15 pills. Shen Bai opened one of the bottles and a rich aroma instantly surged out. Everyone's face revealed a trace of intoxication. If a Dando realm cultivator smelled this aroma, they would probably increase their cultivation level by a few years. There was a flash of joy in Shen Bai's eyes. He put away the 3 porcelain bottles and handed the sun essence in the black box to Ning Qi. He took out another box and put the other half of the sun essence in it. Brother Ning, remember to inform Brother Shen the next time you have such a deal. Shen Bai chuckled. Of course. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He then cupped his hands and bid farewell to Shen Bai and Liang Kong. Shen Bai originally wanted to ask Ning Qi to stay for a few more days, but seeing that Ning Qi had made up his mind and could not wait to go back and test the sun essence, Shen Bai reminded Ning Qi to be careful of the true sunfire and asked someone to send Ning Qi downstairs. After leaving the 1,000-oar mountain, Ning Qi went through dozens of teleportation formations and returned to Dayan City. Although he had spent 1,800,000 Deersect celestial coins and 15 grand supreme rejuvenating pills, he had gained quite a lot. After all, the sun essence was not a crafting material that could be bought anywhere. Top-grade training ground. A grade A battle fort stood in the air. The MDT Jia Shaili's virtual projection stood beside Ning Qi. Inside the fort, teams of engineering robots and combat robots walked out in an orderly manner. They stood behind Ning Qi silently like an army. Jia Shaili, are you ready? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, I'm ready. Please begin. Jia Shaili said lightly. Ning Qi originally wanted to let the engineering robots separate Jia Shaili's MDT and then refine the battle fort. However, after some calculations, Jia Shaili came to a conclusion. If Ning Qi succeeded, her ability would also increase along with the battle fort. Therefore, Jia Shaili decided to let Ning Qi refine her as well. Okay. Chapter 1410. Chapter 1410. Treasure Spirit, step back. Jia Shaili shouted coldly. The engineering robots and battle robots all retreated thousands of meters away. Only Jia Shaili, because she was only a projection, was not affected by the sun essence. However, because of the strong vibrations in the air, she became a bit twisted. 9 Hell Tempering Art. Streams of immortal qi continuously attacked the sun essence. The speed was so fast that in a breath's time, Ning Qi attacked thousands of times. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Ning Qi finally completed the refinement of the sun essence. At this moment, because the sun essence had been stripped of some of its impurities, the sun true fire that it emitted was somewhat restrained. Sun essence gold needed 9,999 strikes, and the sun essence needed 10 times more. But this was only for the blacksmiths here. Ningqi, who had the immortal's crafting method, did not need this many strikes. 9 hell-tempering arts effect was now on full display. 1 strike was equivalent to 100 strikes. Plus, the depth of the strike was more thorough, and the impurities had been removed even more thoroughly. 10 days later, the sun essence that Ningqi had refined thousands of times with the 9 hell-tempering art had changed completely. It had become a small ball made of dark gold liquid. The sun-true flame that had been exposed and out of control had been condensed inside this small ball, deeply restrained. The impurities in the sun essence had been completely eliminated. What was left was the perfect essence. Moreover, because of the 9 hell-tempering technique, it didn't suffer too much loss. It was 1/3 more than what could be produced with a normal refining technique. Just this alone made Ningqi one of the top blacksmiths in the central continent. Next, it was the sun essence gold, moon essence steel, and a few other crafting materials. After Ningqi used the 9 hell-tempering technique on them, he took a deep breath and placed the sun essence on the A-class battle fort. In an instant, the A-class battle fort sounded an alarm. Warning, warning, the fort is under attack. Ningqi ignored the warning. Instead, he used the immortal spiritual energy to guide the sun essence to keep splitting and thinning. Then, he infused it into every corner of the battle fort. He did not even let go of a single screw. Everything was covered with a layer of sun essence. Under Ningqi's precise control, the sun essence that was half the size of a fist perfectly covered the entire battle fort. Sun essence gold. Moon essence steel. Ningqi struck the iron while it was still hot and merged the rest of the materials into the A-rank battle fort. With the sun essence as the backbone, the rest of the materials did not react at all. They were absorbed by the sun essence and merged together stably. You succeeded? Jasali glanced at Ningqi. According to her calculations, she had used the devil's method to forge an A-rank battle fort. The defense of an A-rank battle fort was hundreds of times more powerful than before. All the stats were soaring, but why didn't she have any change? Could it be a miscalculation? No, I haven't succeeded yet. I haven't imprinted the most essential patterns of the refining technique. Ningqi smiled. Every level of the 9 hells tempering art had a rune mark. The rune mark of the first level that Ningqi cultivated was called the Great Devil Mark. Although it was not as powerful as the one on the coiling dragon staff and the 9 spiraling god bell, the Great Devil Mark was still one of the most powerful ones in the central continent. Only with the Great Devil Mark could the A-rank battle fort be considered to have been truly refined and turned from a technological product into a half-technological, half-spiritual item. Ningqi jumped up and stood in the air above the battle fort. The immortal qi in his hand turned into a giant brush, and he started to carve out small and delicate patterns on the surface of the battle fort. When Ningqi was done, Jasali's body flashed a few times and disappeared in the air like a TV being turned off. The core of the A-rank battle fort began to change. The carving of the Great Devil Mark was very slow. If there was a slight mistake, the entire battle fort would be destroyed. Therefore, Ningqi did not dare to be careless. He had to concentrate without any distractions. On the first day, Ningqi had carved out the Great Devil Mark. His forehead was already covered in sweat. The exterior of the A-rank battle fort was at least tens of thousands of square meters. This was only the first step. As time went by, the number of Great Devil Marks on the battle fort increased. Ningqi did not even blink during these months. 1 year later, when Ningqi finished the last Great Devil Mark, the battle fort suddenly exploded with a bright golden light. Its presence began to change. Ningqi didn't pay attention to what was happening to the battle fort. The first thing he did was to sit down in the pavilion and meditate. He had used up almost all of his energy in the past year. He could feel that his cultivation was starting to crack. He had to fix it right away, or he would be in danger of falling back down. 1 month later, as soon as Ning-Chi opened his eyes, he saw a little girl standing in front of him. She was looking at him curiously. She had black hair, yellow skin, and big eyes. She looked a bit like Ning-Chi. "You are Jasali?" Ning-Chi's eyes flickered. "Yes." The little girl smiled sweetly. "You are not Jasali. Jasali would not smile like a human." "You are," Ning-Chi frowned slightly. Then, with a thought, he understood what the little girl in front of him was. She could be said to be Jasali, but also not Jasali, because she was no longer a pure intelligent terminal. She had a rather thick celestial chi on her, and she had spirituality. She was obviously an artifact spirit. Ning-Chi could not help but feel overwhelmed after he figured out the little girl's real identity. Even the coiling dragon staff and the 9-spirited bell could not have their own spirit. His battle fort could only be counted as a mid-rank one at most, but it had its own spirit. It was very likely that it was the combination of a smart terminal and a spirit weapon. It was a special effect, but this effect was really surprising. Having a weapon spirit meant that the spiritual item had a life of its own. It could grow on its own. It could train like a human. Such an existence was extremely rare even in the Immortals' Land. If this news was leaked to the Immortals' Land, it would create a huge wave. Countless Immortals would go crazy and search for Atlantis. This secret cannot be leaked. Chapter 1411. Chapter 1411. Chapter 1411. You a leader, is there something on my face? The little girl touched her face in surprise and said to Ning-Chi, who had been staring at her. Ning-Chi smiled. Do you have a name? Leader, please give me a name. The little girl giggled. Ning-Chi glanced at the battle fortress that had changed a lot. He thought for a while and said, Nuwa, I'll call you Nuwa. This battle fortress will be named Nuwa. Does this name have any special meaning? Nuwa was puzzled. You'll know when you reach my hometown. Ning-Chi stroked her head. Unlike Jasali, Nuwa was now an artifact spirit. Although she did not have a physical body, she was not a virtual projection. Instead, she was formed from immortal chi, so she felt very real. If one did not look closely, they would think that she was a real person. Yes, leader. Goddess Nviwa smiled sweetly. The next moment, 2 ancient runes gradually appeared on the goddess Nviwa. Upon closer inspection, they looked very similar to the goddess Nviwa in the hieroglyphs, but there were some slight differences. This made Ning-Chi even more certain that people from Atlantis had come to Earth in the past. Otherwise, these 2 words would not have appeared in the memories produced by goddess Nviwa's merging with Jasali's database. Apart from the Nuwa, the 2 symbols also appeared on the bodies of the robots that had been motionless all this while. At the same time, Ning-Chi noticed that the group of robots that were originally lifeless seemed to have gained some spirituality. He guessed that this was the follow-up effect of the birth of Nuwa. Nuwa, do you still have the deduced data? Ning-Chi asked. It's still there, leader. With the immortal chi in your body as the driving force, it can already support large-scale interstellar operations. We can set off to your hometown at any time. Nuwa smiled. Any time? I still have a few things to do. Once I'm done, we'll set off. After getting Nuwa's answer, Ning-Chi took a deep breath. Even though his current state of mind was as calm as an ancient well, there was still a slight ripple because of this news. Hidden immortal platform. Ever since Shimanju was seriously injured by that cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent, I didn't expect them to send a half-step creation realm cultivator to suppress him. Is there any news from Yorda and City? Could it be that the 90 Heaven Sword sect is going to let it go just like that? The status of the Nine Heavens Sword sect in the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty is extraordinary. As a second-rate sect, how can they let this matter rest so easily? Recently, a large number of cultivators have already entered Great and City. It seems like they are borrowing the investigation team of the Alchemist Alliance to search for news of that fellow. After Pure Sun Great Sage and Hegemen Great Sage went to the Nine Heavens Sword sect to report the news, they left together and wandered around the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty for some time. They obtained a lot of cultivation resources and planned to return to the Azure Dragon continent. But now they heard that Shimen Zhu, who was stronger than Xuanzhen Great Sage, had been seriously injured. Who in the Azure Dragon continent can be a match for Shimen Zhu? The Pure Yang Great Sage frowned deeply. The last thing he wanted to see was the emergence of a stronger cultivator in the Azure Dragon continent. That would affect his status. Great Sage Hegemen Great Sage directly walked in front of the two cultivators who were chatting. They immediately looked at Great Sage Hegemen Great Sage warily. Great Sage Hegemen Great Sage immediately knew that one of them was a cultivator from the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty and the other was a cultivator from another continent. It was very likely that they were trying to smuggle something. Greetings, I am Great Sage Hegemen Great Sage from the Azure Dragon continent. I heard that Shimen Zhu was injured by a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent. Do you know who that cultivator is? Oh. So it's Great Sage Hegemen Great Sage. The two of them seemed to have heard of Great Sage Hegemen Great Sage's name. Their expressions relaxed a lot. They smiled and cupped their hands. The cultivator from the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty smiled and said, I was there that day. Although I don't know who he is, I know what he looks like. The Pure Yang Great Sage also slowly walked over. When the two of them saw Ning Qi's appearance, they immediately exchanged glances. Their eyes flashed with a trace of shock. Didn't the Nine Heavens Sword sect send Li Xiao to look for Ning Beixian? Now that even Shimen Zhu was injured, Li Xiao and the others. This kid is growing too fast. If he can injure Shimen Zhu, it means that his combat power is already stronger than the two of us combined. In time, the Azure Dragon continent will definitely be unified and the dynasty will change. We can't just watch this happen. Didn't they say that the Nine Heavens Sword sect has already sent people to Da'an City to search for information? Let's go and cooperate with them to find this kid and kill him directly. We won't leave any future troubles. The Pure Yang Great Sage transmitted his voice. Great Sage Hegemen Great Sage hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The two of them returned to Da'an City through the teleportation array. Because they had a good relationship with the Nine Heavens Sword sect and were great sages, they had a jade token that was specially given by the Nine Heavens Sword sect to contact the disciples of the Sword sect. Therefore, it didn't take long for the two of them to find the people that the Nine Heavens Sword sect had sent to Da'an City to search for the cultivator who injured Shimen Zhu. Elder Shangyang. When the Pure Yang Great Sage and Great Sage Hegemen saw the leader of the Nine Heavens Sword sect, they hurriedly bowed. Shangyang Sui, one of the 7 great elders of the Nine Heavens Sword sect, was a half-step to the creation realm. In the sect, his cultivation was second only to the sect master, and he could be said to be an expert infinitely close to the level of a creator. His strength was comparable to Lai Kong, who had forced the Xuanzhen Great Dynasty to attack his own granddaughter. Shangyang Sui was accompanied by 4 cultivators at the Perfected Transcendence Realm and 16 at the Late Transcendence Realm. It was clear how concerned the Nine Heavens Sword sect was about Shimen Zhu's injury. After all, Shimen Zhu was the direct descendant of the Nine Heavens Sword sect master, and his status was different from ordinary disciples. When they learned that Wang Lan and Si Kong were killed, the Nine Heavens Sword sect had only sent Li Xiao to the Azure Dragon continent. Even after so long, Li Xiao had not returned, and the Nine Heavens Sword sect had not responded. You two don't have to be so polite. May I know why you two have come to find us? Shangyang Sui said lightly. The pure young great sage said without hesitation, when the two of us returned to the hidden immortal platform, we learned that Brother Shiman was injured by a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent. We investigated and have some understanding of this person's identity. Shangyang Sui's eyes moved slightly. Who is this person? At this moment, the 4 cultivators at the perfected Transcendence Realm and 16 at the late Transcendence Realm all looked at the pure Yang Great Sage and Shangyang Sui. They immediately felt an extremely heavy pressure. This person is a disciple of the Wang family. His name is Ning Beixian. He is a demon who killed thousands of Transcendence Realm cultivators in the Azure Dragon continent. He is extremely bloodthirsty. The pure Yang Great Sage said. A disciple of the Wang family? A descendant of the Xuanzhen Great Sage. Chapter 14:12. So what? Alchemist Union. Chen Yuanhao stood respectfully in front of Ning Qi, but in his heart, he couldn't help but secretly look at Ning Qi. In such a short period of time, the guy who he suspected of smuggling pills had changed his appearance and became the Alchemist Union's commander in Da'an City, the real boss of the 9 big pursuit teams. You said that the 9 Heaven Sword Sect is looking for someone in Da'an City? And they contacted Lu Fifan of the God Deer Army, and the God Deer Army is helping them? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Commander Ning, not only that, they even looked for the captains of the various inspection teams and asked for our help. However, for matters that have nothing to do with the Alchemist Alliance, we have to consult Lord Commander Ning first before we can answer them. Chen Yuanhao said respectfully. How about this? Tell them to come find me personally. Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Chen Yuanhao paused for a second, then nodded and left. Guest hall. Ning Qi sat on the main seat, while the spectral elder sat on the lower seat, chatting with Ning Qi about alchemy. Outside the hall, other than Chen Yuanhao, the other 8 pursuit team captains were already there, standing respectfully on both sides. Soon, a group of people entered the hall under Chen Yuanhao's lead. When Shangyang Sui saw the spectral elder sitting on the lower seat and Ning Qi on the main seat, he was stunned. So it's Elder Shangyang Sui. Apologies for not going out to greet you. The spectral elder smiled faintly. Though his words were polite, he didn't even move. The commander of the Alchemist Union had the same status as the head of a second-rate sect. The spectral elder had been in this position for many years, so he naturally didn't need to give Shangyang Sui any face. Spectral elder, long time no see. Who is this? Shangyang Sui smiled and cupped his hands. Then, he looked at Ning Qi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Elder Shangyang, this old man has already retired. This is the new commander here. The spectral elder smiled. New commander? Shangyang Sui was slightly startled, but he didn't dare to be negligent. Even though his cultivation was much higher than Ning Qi's, the Alchemist Union's background was like a huge mountain compared to the 9 Heaven Sword sects. The former was like a huge mountain, while the latter was like a small hill. This one greets, the commander. Elder Ghost did not introduce Ning Qi's surname, so Shangyang Sui could only call him commander. Ning Qi smiled but didn't say anything. Shangyang Sui was a little displeased. This new commander was so arrogant. Senior Ghost chuckled and said, I heard from Yuan how that Elder Shangyang came to Da'an City to look for someone? Yes, there is a cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent who injured the guards sent by my sect to the hidden deity platform. This is a provocation to my 9 Heaven Sword sect. Before this person killed 2 of my sect's late Transcendence Realm disciples. He should not have the Deer Sect celestial coins to use the teleportation array to leave this place, so I want to ask the Alchemist Union's anti-smuggling team to help me find this person. Shangyang Sui smiled. The smile on the ghost head's face became even brighter. What is this person's name? Does he have any special features? When Shangyang Sui saw the smile on the ghost head's face, he faintly felt that something was wrong. But after thinking about it, his Nine Heaven Sword sect had never offended the Alchemist Union in the Deer sect Celestial Dynasty, so he relaxed and turned around. Pure Sun, Basya, the two of you come forward and show us this person's special features. Pure Sun Great Sage and Basya, who had been standing at the back, immediately ran forward. Being able to show their faces in front of the commander of the Alchemist Union was also beneficial to them. Basya saw Ning Qi sitting on the main seat and looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. His expression instantly froze and he looked at Ning Qi with a dumbfounded expression. Pure Sun Great Sage did not seem to be able to react. He waved his hand and the power of law condensed into Ning Qi's appearance. He smiled and said, "This person is Ning Beixian, a disciple of the Wang clan. He is an extremely terrifying demon. If he is allowed to grow, I'm afraid that in the future, many cultivators of the Deer sect Celestial Dynasty will die in his hands." So, Pure Sun Great Sage looked at Ning Qi in a daze. How can this be? How did he become the commander of this place? Could it be that I mistook him for someone else? Basya and Pure Sun Great Sage's hearts were in turmoil. They had mixed feelings. So what? Ning Qi smiled. Huh. Shangyang Sui glanced at the image condensed by Pure Sun Great Sage, and then looked at Ning Qi. His heart skipped a beat. How dare you come to Da'an City to capture the commander of the Alchemist Union? Could it be that the Nine Heavens Sword Master has broken through to the Nine Tribulations Creator realm? Gui Lao said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Take him down. Qin Yuanhao shouted. The 8 inspection team captains outside flashed into the main hall like ghosts. At the same time, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared in the main hall and rushed toward Shangyang Sui and the others. Shangyang Sui's subordinates were both shocked and angry. Don't act rashly, Shangyang Sui hurriedly said. Then, including him, everyone was restrained by Chen Yuanhao and the others. The people of the Nine Heavens Sword sect were slightly better off, but Basya and Pure Sun Great Sage were forced to kneel in front of Ning Qi. Gui Lao. Commander Ning, this is a misunderstanding, Shangyang Sui said with an ugly expression. Misunderstanding? Wasn't it your Nine Heavens Sword sect that wanted to start a war with the Alchemist Union? Gui Lao smiled faintly. Shangyang Sui's face was full of fear. He hurriedly said, No, absolutely not. How could a mere Nine Heavens Sword sect dare to start a war with the Alchemist Union? Gui Lao, you must be joking. If word of this got out, there would be almighty Creator Realm cultivators that far surpassed the Deer sect perfected immortals descending and wiping out the Nine Heavens Sword sect. Otherwise, Shangyang Sui wouldn't be so afraid. Gui Lao sneered and ignored Shangyang Sui. Instead, he looked at Ning Qi and said, Commander Ning, as long as you give the order, I will send a message to the celestial capital. I believe it won't be long before the Deer God Army will help us suppress the Nine Heavens Sword sect. Hearing this, Shangyang Sui's body trembled. He didn't expect that the Green Dragon cultivator who injured Shimen Zhu would suddenly become the commander of the Alchemist Union. Ning Qi smiled and gently pressed his hand down, signaling for Gui Lao to calm down. Then, he walked in front of Basya and Pure Sun Great Sage. Basya? Pure Sun Great Sage? Ning. Commander Ning. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces, but they forced a smile. This is the first time I've met you two. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Yes, I guess so. The two of them forced a smile. At this moment, they were kneeling while Ning Qi was standing. They felt extremely humiliated, but they didn't dare to do anything. Didn't they see that even Shangyang Sui was obediently not moving? I killed Wang Lan and Sikong, and you two went to the Nine Heavens Sword sect to send a message. I showed mercy and didn't kill Shimen Zhu, but you still brought people to capture me. You two really have nothing better to do. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 1413. Chapter 1413. Chapter 1413. Kill. Listen to your explanation? Sure. Ning Qi chuckled. In the next moment, he swung his palm at Great Sage Ba Xia. The power of the palm of the 9 flames was so great that Great Sage Ba Xia didn't even have time to transform into his true dragon form before he was reduced to a pile of ashes. When a black shadow appeared to capture Great Sage Ba Xia's soul, Ning Qi turned it into ashes with another palm strike. Then, in front of everyone, he used his immortal qi to suppress Great Sage Ba Xia's dragon soul. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Great Sage Ba Xia's soul shrieked in terror. He never thought that his physical body would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. All right, I can listen to your explanation now. Ning Qi looked at the pure young Great Sage as the corners of his mouth curled up. Senior Ghost, Chen Yuanhao, and the rest were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen Ning Qi in action. They didn't expect a Transcendence Realm cultivator to be killed by Ning Qi in an instant. Was he really a mid-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator? Commander's battle prowess is comparable to his alchemy skills. Shangyang Sui's eyes revealed a trace of deep fear. When Ning Qi attacked just now, the immortal qi that seeped out made his heart skip a beat. Even he might not have been able to kill Great Sage Hegemonic Underworld so easily. It would have taken him at least 2 to 3 moves. The 4 cultivators at the Transcendence Realm beside Shangyang Sui subconsciously swallowed their saliva. They were the ones who were most afraid of seeing someone who was at the same cultivation level as them being killed right in front of their eyes. The pure young Great Sage twisted his neck stiffly and glanced at the ashes left behind by the Great Sage Ba Xia. He opened his mouth, but he could no longer say the sophistry he had prepared in his heart. After a few breaths, the pure young Great Sage lowered his head and said, "Commander Ning, I was blinded by the Great Sage Ba Xia for a moment. That's why I made such a mistake. Please spare my life." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dragon soul in Ning Qi's hand roared furiously. "It seems like he doesn't agree with what you said," Ning Qi said with a faint smile. The pure young Great Sage glared at Great Sage Ba Xia's dragon soul. Why did this guy have to drag him down with him? Seeing that Ning Qi's attitude was a little strange, the pure young Great Sage became even more frightened. He completely abandoned his identity and dignity. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy in front of Ning Qi, saying many words of submission. When you worshipped the glass dragon Great Sage as your master, you must have been this respectful. In the end, you deceived the glass dragon Great Sage into going to the forbidden land of antiquity and imprisoned him for hundreds of thousands of years. Ning Qi sneered. Without waiting for the pure young Great Sage to react, he did the same thing. A few breaths later, a soul appeared in his hand. The Netherworld cultivators obviously have other uses for collecting souls. These 2 souls might be useful in the Netherworld in the future, so I'll keep them for now. Ning Qi took out a piece of jade and casually patted it. The souls of Hegemon Sage and Pure Sun Sage were sealed in it. Everyone thought that Ning Qi's purpose was to torture the 2 of them forever. This was a very common method in a battle between cultivators. Commander Ning, I was also deceived by these 2. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I am willing to apologize, Shangyang Sui said in a low voice. Shangyang Sui said in a low voice. A half-step manifestation realm existence apologizing to a mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator in a low voice was unbelievable to many people. But in the Alchemist Alliance it was very common. How could a mere half-step manifestation realm cultivator dare to offend a terrifying existence like the Alchemist Alliance, whose power could be found in 300 celestial dynasties? Wang Lan was a disciple of the Wang family. She disregarded our bloodline and attacked me. She deserved to die. Sikong was her accomplice, so I didn't do anything wrong by killing him. As for Li Xiao and the others who were instigated by these two to come to the Wang family to cause trouble, I also killed them. I wonder how the Nine Heaven Sword sect feels about this? Ningqi said lightly. They deserved to die. Shangyang Sui said with a smile. Well, since they deserve to die, then it's fine? Ningqi smiled lightly. It's fine, it's fine. Shangyang Sui nodded repeatedly. Wang Lan and Xikong didn't have a high status in the Nine Heaven Sword sect. There were hundreds of people like them in the Nine Heaven Sword sect, so it didn't matter if one or two died. As for Li Xiao, although the Nine Heaven Sword sect felt sorry for his death, what could they do? The other party was the commander of the Alchemist Alliance. Even the Deer sect perfected immortal wouldn't dare to offend the Alchemist Alliance without a good reason. Since there's nothing wrong, then everyone, please leave. Ningqi said lightly. Chen Yuanhao and the others saw this and slowly retreated to the side. Shangyang Sui heaved a sigh of relief and bowed to Ningqi. Then, she quickly left the Alchemist Alliance with her subordinate. She didn't dare to stay in the city any longer and left through the teleportation formation. The three of you, please hurry and collect the immortal herbs I want. I will come back in half a year to collect them. At that time, I will pay you with the Taishang Recover Pill. Ningqi looked at Bai Cheng and the other two and smiled. Don't worry, Commander. Bai Cheng and the other two were overjoyed. The immortal herbs Ningqi asked them to find were rare and could be bought from many places. After Ningqi left, Moyu whispered, could the immortal herbs that Commander Ning wants be used to refine the Taishang Recover Pill? It's possible. However, without the pill recipe, the three of us might not be able to figure out the secret even after deducing it for tens of thousands of years. In the Tao of Alchemy, the slightest mistake can lead to a great loss. Ling Fei smiled bitterly. Why bother deducing? As long as Commander Ning is our superior, we won't have to worry about not having the Taishang Recover Pill. Bai Qing smiled lightly. Brother Bai is right. Then, the three of us will split up. I need to go to the south to purchase them. Moyu smiled. Ningqi didn't take Li Kuanshin with him this time. He had become Old Ghost's disciple and was learning alchemy. He wanted to become an alchemist, so he was painstakingly studying alchemy. Once Wang Lin awakens, he will find out who attacked him and the whereabouts of his parent. Then Ningqi will return to the Azure Dragon continent and go to the ruins of the Han dynasty to see if he can enter the underworld. The matter with Wang Shui was still a knot in his heart. If it wasn't for Wang Shui, Ningqi would have already died to Lai Kong. No matter what, Ningqi must bring Wang Shui's soul back from the underworld and help her rebuild her body. There was also Lai Kong. Ningqi had to get his revenge. If he didn't kill Lai Kong, he wouldn't be able to calm the anger in his heart. Rain Valley City. This was one of the famous cities of the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty, and there was a transfer array to the other continent. The headquarters of the 5 great sects, the Floating Mist sect, was here. If Chen Yuanhao's information is correct, then one of the 3 great thieves, the Demon Heart Thief, is cultivating here. However, to be able to hide his identity from the Deer Gate Celestial, his concealment skill shouldn't be weak. Chapter 1414. Chapter 1414. Demon Heart Thief 1 month. In this 1 month, Ningqi walked around Guyu City and visited all the big and small forces, but he didn't find any trace of Demon Heart Thief. Either Chen Yuanhao's information is wrong, or the Demon Heart Thief might be hiding there. Ningqi's gaze landed on a mountain range far away. That was where the Piao Miao sect was located. There were several First Tribulation Creator and 1 Second Tribulation Creator. Lai Kong's father, Blazing Sun Supremacy, was one of the elders of the Piao Miao sect. Pa! A crisp sound rang in Ningqi's ears. Ningqi slowly turned his head. Behind him, there was a dragon carriage pulled by a giant dragon. Even though the streets of Guyu City were very wide, it was still a little crowded because of this carriage. The nearby cultivators seemed to be used to this scene and had already made way. Still not scramming? The muscular man driving the dragon carriage held a long whip in his hand and looked at Ning Chi coldly. Ning Chi's position happened to block the dragon carriage's route. Even though the dragon carriage could make a turn, it was obvious that the other party didn't intend to give way to passers-by. Demon Heart Thief, 9 Pi level, Perfection Transcendence Realm. Ning Chi faintly smiled and moved to the side to give up his seat. The muscular man coldly stared at Ning Chi, then whipped the huge dragon's butt. This huge dragon, whose aura was at the Eternal Life realm, shook its neck in dissatisfaction and pulled the carriage towards the floating mist sect. When the dragon carriage brushed past Ning Chi, a gust of wind blew the curtain of the window, revealing half a face. It was a young cultivator with a cold expression. "Brother, may I know who the owner of that carriage is?" Ning Chi asked a cultivator standing not far from him. That cultivator smiled. "You just came to Guyu City? You don't even know who the owner of this carriage is?" Ning Chi smiled and nodded. The other party seemed to be very free. He directly walked to Ning Chi's side and stared at the dragon carriage that was gradually disappearing on the street. He said indifferently, "In the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty, only the 5 great sects use the dragon race to pull their carriages. This carriage belongs to the Floating Mist sect's young sect leader. You can consider yourself lucky that you didn't get whipped to death when you blocked the road. The person driving the carriage is the number 1 general under the young sect leader, 9 Pi. His cultivation is extremely profound, and he is almost at the half-step to creation realm." "I see. Thank you, brother." Ning Chi nodded with a smile, but he was sneering in his heart. The rumors were indeed true. At least the demon heart bandits were hiding in the righteous sects, as the rumors said. No, it wasn't hiding anymore. The young sect master of the Floating Mist sect was actually the demon heart bandits' master. How could the sect master of the Floating Mist sect get away from this? "Little brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Recently, the Valley Rain City isn't very peaceful. You'd better leave this place as soon as possible." The cultivator sized up Ning Chi with a glance and said in an indifferent tone, "Oh? I've been here for more than a month, but I don't see that this place isn't peaceful?" Ning Chi was surprised. More than a month? Do you know that 3 months ago, a few elders of the Beast Heart Pavilion passed by this place while escorting a batch of elixirs? Somehow, the news got leaked, and 3 half-step creation-level existences disappeared without a trace. The Beast Heart Pavilion even sent a First Tribulation creator to investigate this matter, but he couldn't find anything. In my opinion, they've already died in the hands of the Demon Heart Thief. The Demon Heart Bandits are so insane that they even dare to touch the 5 major sects? Otherwise, why would they be called the Demon Heart Bandits? What are the 5 major sects? 18 years ago, a group of God Deer Army escorted a batch of Sun Metal Essence from the Thousand Ore Mountain to the Immortal Capital, but they were all killed by the Demon Heart Bandit. That God Deer Army was the Earth Troop, and their leader was a Level 1 creator. It was said that the Sun Metal Essence they lost was more than 50 kilograms. It was worth 10 million Deer Sect celestial coins. To even dare to touch the God Deer Army, if what the other party said was true, then the young sect master of the Floating Mist sect was not only powerful, but also extremely arrogant. Then, it shouldn't be too hard to lure him out. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. A merchant group set off from Guyu City, and their destination was the Jianyang Market, that was 30,000 miles away from Guyu City. Because Guyu City had a teleportation formation that connected all the continents, there would often be some good and cheap cultivation resources. These resources would be bought by the local merchants at a low price, and then transported to the major markets to be sold. It had already become an industrial chain, and there were hundreds of merchant groups like this going in and out every day. Inside the Floating Mist sect, You said that this group is likely to be transporting sun metal essence? Yes. When they were loading the carts, there was a leak of aura and it was seen by the scouts. About how many kilograms? Should be around 10 kilograms. It's not much, but it's not little either. There's no need to inform the thief master about this, we can just show up. But this group seems to have just been formed, and I haven't found out the details of those cultivators yet. Could it be the God-Deer army pretending to lure us? Wouldn't we know after sending someone to test it out? God-Deer army, those guys aren't very smart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been played by the thief master for so many years. This was a very quiet caravan. It seemed that apart from a little girl who was extremely lively and bouncing around, the rest of the people were expressionless. If not for the occasional trace of emotion that appeared in their eyes, they would probably be no different from puppets. Leader, call me master. Ning Chi rapped Nuwa on the head. His current appearance was that of an old man in his 60s, and it was one of the secondary manuals of his dragon and elephant suppressing art. It was an immortal's face-changing art. Not only was his presence completely different from before, even his demeanor and presence had changed completely. There was no need for him to put on a disguise. It was as if Ning Chi was the leader of the merchant group, Ning Dafu. Yes, master. Nuwa stuck out her tongue. There's a person ahead. He seems to be injured and is running towards us. Have the merchant group stop. Ning Chi smiled. Nuwa had a thought, and the combat robots that were disguised as members of the merchant group instantly stopped and looked ahead quietly. Save me! A woman with a head covered in blood ran to the merchant group. At that moment, a white tiger suddenly flew out from behind her and bit the woman. Boom! A combat robot expressionlessly punched the tiger to death. The woman seemed to be frightened and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Miss, this white tiger is dead. You can leave safely. Ning Chi chuckled. His voice was very old. Master, I'm a refugee from Shanyang town. My parents have been devoured by wild beasts. Please take pity on me and take me with you. As long as we reach the city, I won't give you any more trouble. Chapter 14-15. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, this old man's caravan is going to Jianyang Market. I see that you are going to Gu City, right? Ning Chi said with a smile. Master, as long as you can take this little girl out of this wilderness, I will go anywhere. The woman looked at Ning Chi with a pleading look. Master, why don't we take her with us? Nuwa suddenly said. Oh, that's fine. It doesn't matter if you're in this caravan or not. Pick a carriage and sit in it. Ning Chi smiled lightly. Thank you, master, thank you, master. The woman kowtowed again and again excitedly, then she limped to the nearest carriage. With the help of the combat robot, she got on the carriage, and the caravan continued to move forward. A few days later, the woman seemed to have recovered a little and began to get close to Nuwa. Miss, master must be a cultivator, right? Why not fly directly to Jianyang Market? Master's cultivation is not high, there are many strange beasts in this forest, and there are many bandits. It is too conspicuous to fly in the air. Don't you understand? Nuwa tilted her head and looked at her. I am just a mortal, how would I understand these things? The woman smiled awkwardly. After a few tests, one night, she quietly left the carriage and entered the nearby forest. Not long after, she walked out as if nothing had happened. Where did you go just now? At some unknown time, Ning Chi had appeared beside the woman. The woman seemed to jump in fright. Seeing that it was Ning Chi, she quickly said, Master Ning, I just went to the forest to relieve myself. Did I make too much noise and wake you up? Go to sleep, we still have a long journey tomorrow. Ning Chi seemed to be a little impatient and waved his hand. When the woman saw this, she respectfully bowed and boarded the carriage. When the sky was about to turn white, it was the darkest time of the day. More than 30 figures appeared quietly around the caravan. Who are you people? Ning Qi suddenly appeared and looked at the figures around him coldly. Hee, big rich caravan? You old guy really dare to name it. I heard that you are transporting sun essence gold in this carriage, right? Hand it over and we'll let you live. The leader looked at Ning Qi with a hint of mockery. His aura indicated that he was a cultivator in the late transcendence realm. Brother Wolf, since when has the demon's heart robber kept anyone alive? The woman whom Ning Qi had saved earlier walked down from the carriage with a smile on her face. Nuwa rubbed her eyes as if she hadn't woken up yet. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage, she saw this scene. She was so shocked that her mouth slowly opened. You are a bandit! She pointed at the woman with a look of disbelief on her face. Little girl, if you want to be kind in the future, remember to polish your eyes first. However, you won't have a future, so just wait for your next life. Remember my words. The woman chuckled. Why, you're the demon heart thief? Ning Qi looked terrified. All right, don't waste your breath with this old man. I've already checked. Other than the old man and this little girl, the rest of them don't have high cultivation bases. This task is not challenging at all. The woman shook her head impatiently. Go! The leader sneered and waved his hand. The dozens of cultivators in the early transcendence realm rushed towards the carriages. During this period, Ning Qi and Nuwa stood motionlessly on the spot as if they were scared stiff. After they took out all the items, they opened them one by one. Looking at the empty boxes, the leader looked at Ning Qi's finger coldly, but he didn't find any trace of a Qian Kuan ring. Go search one of them, the leader said coldly. Immediately, one of them walked towards Ning Qi. However, as soon as he walked in front of Ning Qi, his body trembled slightly and he fell to the side. Everyone saw a bloody hole on his forehead, and he no longer had any signs of life. A cultivator in the early transcendence realm died in front of them just like that. Even I can't see how he did it? The leader looked at the woman in surprise. Then, he looked at Ning Qi solemnly. Not bad. You dare to kill the people of the Devil's Heart Bandit. No matter what your background is, your family, your sect, they will all suffer the revenge of the Devil's Heart Bandits. Fool, I killed the Devil's Heart Bandits. It's a pity. I didn't expect you to be so cautious. You only sent these small fries over? Rumor has it that there are thousands of Devil's Heart Bandits, and all of them are Transcendence Realm cultivators. Ning Qi smiled faintly. What? Everyone was shocked. The other party deliberately lured them here? The leader coldly glanced at the woman. The woman was so angry that her whole body trembled. She had been fooled by Ning Qi. She would definitely be punished when she returned today. Damn you, old man! The woman roared angrily, and the cultivation that she had been hiding suddenly erupted. The aura of the late Dharma plane swept towards Ning Qi. At the same time, a dark demonic shadow appeared in the sky. The demonic shadow's palm was like a small mountain, pressing down on Ning Qi. Eternal Sky Spirit Virtual Blade. Poof! The woman was like a kite with a broken string and fell to the ground with a bang. How is this possible? Squeezing these words out from between her teeth, the woman's breath of life had completely dissipated. Ning Qi dispersed the black shadow that came to capture her soul and held the woman's soul in his hand. The rest of the Devil's Heart Thief seemed to feel that things were very strange and had already turned to escape at the first moment. I must report this to the Bandit Master. A force other than the God-dear military dares to surround us Devil's Heart Bandits. They don't know what's good for them. The leader thought angrily as he ran. Ning Qi casually waved his hand and the Devil Heart Bandits that had fled in all directions fell from midair, including the leader of the late-stage Transcendence Realm expert. GGG, the woman's soul was held in Ning Qi's hand. When she saw the rest of the Devil's Heart Bandits being killed by Ning Qi, she let out a shrill scream. Ning Qi moved his ear closer. You're dead. You're dead. The Bandit Master won't let you go. Hee hee. Isn't your bandit master the young master of the floating mist sect? I'm really not that afraid of a mere first tribulation creator. Ning Qi said with a smile. What? How do you know? The woman stopped cursing and looked at Ning Qi in fear. How did this guy who came out of nowhere know the true identity of the Devil's Heart Bandit's bandit master? This was a secret that even she didn't know. The only thing she knew was that the Devil's Heart Bandit's master was hiding in the Floating Mist sect. In the entire Devil's Heart Bandits, only one person could contact the bandit master directly. How would I know? The sin points on your heads are all so red it's almost purple. It's hard for me not to know. Ning Qi smiled and said something that the woman didn't understand. Before the woman spoke, Ning Qi said indifferently, If you want to reincarnate, then tell me the true identity of the rest of the Devil's Heart Bandits and where to find them. Otherwise, your body and soul will be destroyed. Think carefully before you tell me. I don't have the patience. I'll only give you one chance. Okay, I'll tell you. But you have to keep your promise and let my soul go. The woman hesitated for a moment and quickly said when she saw Ning Qi's impatience. Chapter 14:16. Chapter 14:16. Chapter 14:16. Drawing the snake out of its hole. It had been 2 months since he killed the group of Devil Heart thieves. Ning Qi suspected that the military advisor mentioned by the woman was Piao Miao Sect's young sect master, Jiu Pai. He couldn't enter Piao Miao Sect, and could only choose to lure Jiu Pai out. If he could lure the young sect master out, it would be even better. Ning Qi could test the power of the coiling dragon rod and 9 Skunda divine bell. Shopkeeper Ning, why don't you hire a few cultivators to protect this caravan? In the Jianyang market, a total of more than 50 caravans set off together. As everyone's goods were more valuable, after some discussion, they chose to travel together. This way, if they encountered bandits, the cultivators invited by each family would have a fighting chance. The Soaring Dragon caravan was traveling side by side with Ning Qi. When he heard the name, Ning Qi's expression was a little strange. He couldn't help but sigh. There were really Soaring Dragon everywhere, but this Soaring Dragon was not the Soaring Dragon. The young master of the Soaring Dragon caravan looked like he was in his 20s, but his actual age was more than 100 years old. He had the cultivation of the late-stage Battle Dan realm, but in this place, he could only be considered a junior. Young Master Long, it is said that Devil Heart thieves have appeared here a few times. Even if I invite a dozen Eternal Life realm cultivators, can they be a match for them? Ning Qi said with a smile. That's true. Young Master Long nodded and sighed. These bandits are really inhumane. It is not easy for us low-level cultivators to form a team to fight for some cultivation resources for ourselves. As long as we encounter them, all our efforts will be in vain. Young Master Long, you have to be careful with your words. It is hard to guarantee that there are no bandit spies among us. If you speak ill of them, what if you implicate us? Another team slowed down and walked side by side with Ning Qi and young Master Long's team. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. His cultivation was similar to young Master Long. These dozens of teams, together with the guards they invited, had more than 100 Battle Dan realm experts. Even if they encountered Eternal Life realm bandits, they could still fight. However, based on their experience, it was about right to encounter Battle Dan realm bandit. How could Eternal Life realm cultivators be interested in their small business? Young Master Long, what are you saying? If there are really bandit spies, I don't need to say bad words. They will attack us. If you are so afraid of bandits, why don't you go home? Young Master Long sneered. When the middle-aged man called Lin Yu heard this, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he was somewhat fearful of young Master Long and did not continue to argue with him. Instead, his gaze fell on Ning Qi. Rich and powerful caravan. Haha, what a daring name. Such a shabby caravan dares to call themselves rich and powerful caravan? A few days ago in Jianyang Market, I heard that you snatched something that the Nangong and Gongsun families wanted? I advise you to leave the team. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep these things. Lin Yu sneered. Lin Yu, what did you say? A cold voice suddenly sounded in front of them. When Lin Yu heard this, he immediately smiled embarrassedly and said, "It was a slip of the tongue. Young Master Nangong, please don't take offense. If there's a next time, you'll die." The cold voice floated over again, and Lin Yu immediately shut his mouth. Then, he glanced at Ning Qi, shook his head, and hid in the carriage. What Lin Yu said makes sense. Shopkeeper Ning, I think you should consider it. Young Master Long suddenly transmitted his voice. Ning Qi glanced at him with a smile, then glanced at the carriage where Lin Yu was in. He smiled faintly and transmitted his voice, "We are all businessmen. This old man is quite confident in the Nangong and Gongsun families." Young Master Long thought about it and felt that what Ning Qi said was a little reasonable. This caravan was pulled together by the Nangong and Gongsun families. Although there were rumors that these two families did despicable things behind the scenes, the rumors were likely exaggerated. These two families each had a Dharma manifestation cultivator. It was normal for them to be a little overbearing usually. A few days later, the caravan in front suddenly slowed down. The caravan of the Nangong and Gongsun families suddenly turned around. The shopkeepers of the major caravans watched this scene silently. Not long after, the people of the two caravans surrounded Ning Qi's caravan. "If you don't listen to the elders, you will suffer." Lin Yu transmitted his voice to Ning Qi, then he took his caravan to the side. Young Master Long looked at this scene with bewilderment. He suddenly forced a smile and said, "The two of you, I wonder what happened. Why don't you continue?" The leader of the Nangong family was the son of the family master, the young master of the Nangong family. He was young, but his cultivation had reached the peak of the late-stage Battle Dan realm. He was not far from the eternal life realm. The leader of the Gongsun family was an old man. Both of them looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. "Shopkeeper Ning, right? A few days ago, I heard from my subordinates that you had a quarrel with them in the Jianyang market and snatched a few 3,000-year-old immortal herbs?" Young Master Nangong smiled faintly. The shopkeepers of the nearby caravan looked at Ning Qi with pity. In their opinion, if Ning Qi did not hand over the immortal herbs, he would not be able to leave today. "What?" Ning Qi glanced at the two of them. Niuhua was kneeling beside Ning Qi obediently, gently massaging his legs. Nothing much. Since these immortal herbs were first seen by our two families, they naturally belong to us. We will not bully you. We will buy them at the same price." Young Master Nangong said faintly. "Not for sale." Ning Qi smiled. The complexion of the two instantly changed. Young Master Nangong coldly looked at Ning Qi from head to toe. "If you don't want to sell, we won't rob you. However, your team can't be with us anymore." "As you wish." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "I hope you will not encounter any bandit. I heard that this road is very chaotic these days." Young Lord Nangong sneered. He exchanged a glance with the leader of the Gongsun family, then turned around and left. At the same time, a few guards stayed behind and stared at Ning Qi like tigers watching their prey. Only after the group of people had left did they turn around and leave. "Let's go," Ning Qi said with a faint smile. After walking for a few hundred miles, "Master, there is a group of people chasing us," Niuhua said with a smile. "It seems that the dogs raised by Nangong and Gongsun are chasing us." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "The people in front, you." Puff! With a light palm, hundreds of figures turned into ashes in a single breath. "But now you are killing people like flies. You really don't feel anything. These are just ants." Ning Qi could already understand the mentality of the dragon race when they looked at the human race. After walking for another few hundred miles, Ning Qi saw the caravan led by Nangong family and Gongsun family. At this moment, everyone was standing on the spot with a pale face. Above them were dozens of figures. How is it? Is it him? In the air, Pai Ju wore a silver mask and said faintly, "Advisor, that person is not here." A devil heart thief shook his head. You are devil heart thief." Chapter 14-17. Everyone's trump cards. Since he's not here, there's no point in keeping these people. Kill them. Pai Ju said calmly. Yes, advisor. The demon heart bandits nodded. The corner of their lips rose into an evil smile. To them, killing was a form of enjoyment. 700 sin points. That one has 800 sin points. This advisor is incredible. 1,300 sin points. He must have millions of lives on his hands? Ning Qi stood far away and muttered to himself. Don't kill us. We'll give everything to you. Please, everyone, let us go. The shopkeepers of the various merchant groups knelt down. The guards they hired also knelt on the ground with ashen faces. They didn't have any intention to resist. Why did we encounter the demon heart bandits? Young Master Long revealed a bitter smile. He was still sitting in the carriage. He was going to die anyway. Why not die with no dignity? Seeing Lin Yu sitting like him, Long Shao had no intention of kneeling down. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This fellow was usually as timid as a mouse, afraid of being implicated by others. Yet, he was so calm at this moment. He had seen through life and death? Senior. This junior is the Nangong clan's young master. I'm willing to hand over all my assets. Please spare my life. Young Master Nangong knelt on the ground and begged Pai Ju. He could tell that Pai Ju was the leader of this group of demon heart bandit. Gongsun clan is also willing to hand over all our assets. The Gongsun clan's old man followed suit. But with his identity, this was just a temporary measure. He wasn't qualified to represent the Gongsun clan. Ants, do you think my demon heart bandits will be interested in your assets? Pai Ju sneered at the two. Ah! Screams resounded. Dozens of people had already died. Their deaths were extremely horrifying. They were all torn apart. The demon heart bandits were all Law Phase realm cultivators. They had all sorts of methods to kill these people without even a drop of blood. However, they liked to use such simple and violent method. Their hearts were already twisted. Stop! Lin Yu suddenly let out a furious roar. The devil heart thieves all looked over. Nine Pai's gaze also landed on Lin Yu. The shopkeepers who were still alive, including young Master Nangong, young Master Long, and the others all looked at Lin Yu. You're the military advisor of the demon heart thief, right? Rumor has it that you're the right-hand man of the demon heart thief's master. Killing you today can be considered as avenging my comrade. Lin Yu stared coldly at Pai Ju. Comrades? Oh, you're from the Divine Deer Army. Haha, I didn't think that there would be a Divine Deer Army soldier hidden in this small merchant group. But you want to kill me alone? What an idiot. Pai Ju looked at Lin Yu and laughed. Pausing, a face suddenly appeared in Pai Ju's mind. Coldness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lin Yu coldly. The captain of God Deer Army's Xian squad that escorted that batch of Sun Pure Gold escaped with heavy injuries. I didn't think that you would dare to ambush us today. This time, you won't be able to escape. Captain of the Xian team? That was a half-step to the creation realm. Lin Yu was actually half-step to the creation realm? Everyone looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Young Master Nangong and young Master Long were even more shocked. They had fought with Lin Yu several times and didn't dare to believe that this cowardly guy was the captain of God Deer Army's Xian squad. We're saved. The God Deer Army was famous among ordinary cultivators. When everyone found out that Lin Yu was the captain of God Deer Army's Xian squad, their eyes revealed a hint of hope. I hid for so many years just to wait for you guys to appear. Did you think that I would be alone? Lin Yu's face revealed a hint of mockery. The dozens of carriages behind him instantly exploded, and figures shot into the sky. Hundreds of cultivators exuding the aura of the Transcendence realm instantly surrounded Nine Pi and the dozens of Demon Heart Bandit. This group of cultivators all wore the military uniform of the God Deer Army, and there was a God Deer embroidered on their chests that looked like it was about to break through the sky. Every one of them exuded a trace of vigor. This was the elite. The elite of the elite. We're saved. We're saved. Ah! Young Master Nangong laughed wildly. The other shopkeepers also stood up in joy. How could the Demon Heart Thief be a match for hundreds of God Deer Army soldiers? Only Ningqi, who was far away, noticed that Pai Jiu seemed to be very calm and had a faint smile on his face. Did you think that we, the Demon Heart Thief, only have dozens of people? It seems that those guys who disappeared last time were ambushed by you guys? This time, we'll settle old and new scores together. Pai Jiu sneered. From the nearby forest, auras shot into the sky. Each aura was extremely dense. Lin Yu's expression changed. In the blink of an eye, more than 500 masked Demon Heart Thief broke through the air and surrounded them. Among them, there were more than 10 half-step manifestation auras. On Lin Yu's side, he was the only half-step manifestation. The expressions of the 300 God Deer Army soldiers also changed. They looked around with a hint of fear in their eyes. Is their aura concealment technique really that strong? My men have already swept this place countless times, but I didn't find anything? Lin Yu's face was a little pale. Young Master Nangong and the other shopkeepers who thought they were saved instantly turned pale again. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Kill! Pai Jiu shouted coldly. His identity was special. Although his cultivation level was weaker than those half-step to manifestation in the Devil Heart Thief, he was a trusted follower of the Thief Master and held the position of military advisor. Therefore, he had complete command. Kill, kill, kill. Be it the Demon Heart Thief or the God Deer Army, they all pounced at each other crazily. Dharma images appeared in mid-air, clashing, and the shock waves spread in all directions. Lin Yu waved his hand and set up a restriction technique above the merchant group to prevent them from being killed by the shockwaves. Then, he charged at one of the half-step manifestation fellows. So many sin points. These are all dragon-slaying crystals. Ning Qi's eyes showed a hint of joy. After a rough calculation, as long as he got rid of all the Demon Heart Thief, he could earn at least 100,000 dragon-slaying crystals. Nuwa, sit here. I'll be back soon. Ning Qi patted Nuwa's little head, then let out a long laugh and flew toward the battlefield. For every Demon Heart Thief killed by the God Deer Army, Ning Qi lost hundreds of dragon-slaying crystals. His speed naturally increased to the maximum, and he didn't hold back. God Deer Army Xian Team Leader? Just SOSO. After a few half-step manifestation fellows joined forces to injure Lin Yu, they mocked him. Lin Yu clutched his chest and looked at them with a determined expression. It seemed like he was going to die here today. Seeing this, the people below felt even more despair. Chapter 1418. Chapter 1418. A beautiful firework, ding! Congratulations, host. The system beeped continuously, and a large amount of dragon-slaying crystals fell into his bag. Lin Yu stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. You young Master Nangong and the rest slowly opened their mouths to the extreme as they stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. It was one thing for Lin Yu to suddenly become the captain of the God Deer Army's Xian unit, but how could the shopkeeper of this rich merchant group suddenly kill 3 half-step creation realm cultivators with one strike? Shopkeeper Ning has hidden his strength well, young Master Long muttered to himself. Then, he glanced at young Master Nangong and realized that his expression was very complicated, with a majority of it being fear. Instruct your subordinates to injure the Demon Heart Bandits, but don't kill them. Their lives are mine. If they don't obey, I won't interfere in this matter," Ning-Chi said lightly. Towards Ning-Chi's strange reason, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, then immediately sent a sound transmission to his subordinates. The 300 Divine Deer Army frowned, but since Lin Yu had already given the order, they could only obey. At this time, Paiju also noticed the commotion over here. He looked at Ning-Chi in shock and anger. Thinking of the clues his subordinates had conveyed, Paiju immediately shouted at Ning-Chi, "Wow, so you were the one who secretly harmed my Devil Heart bandits. Kill them! Kill that old man for me!" Instantly, the remaining 7 to 8 half-step Creation Realm cultivators sent the God Deer Army in front of them flying and rushed toward Ning-Chi at lightning speed. Be careful! The combined strength of 7 to 8 half-step Creation Realm cultivators was extraordinary. Lin Yu was not confident that he could block one attack from them, so he immediately warned Ning-Chi. Whoosh! When the coiling dragon staff was waved, it swept up a gust of wind and let out a shrill whistle. It heavily swept the body of the half-step Creation Realm cultivator at the front. The attack did not stop there. The half-step Creation Realm cultivator instantly exploded into a pile of minced meat. Then, the coiling dragon staff landed on the person behind him. In the blink of an eye, these 7 to 8 half-step Creation Realm cultivators were like balloons, blown up by the coiling dragon staff, and turned into a bloody mist. There's no resistance at all. The special effect of the art of destruction indeed includes the power of creation. I wonder if the power of creation of the real creator can be destroyed. At this moment, the power of the coiling dragon staff was much stronger than that of the Dragon Slayer saber. Although the Dragon Slayer saber was sharp, it was limited by the power of creation, while the coiling dragon staff didn't have to worry about this for the time being. This strong? Lin Yu stared at Ning-Chi dumbfounded. The God Deer Army and Demon Heart Thief that were fighting each other stopped and looked at Ning-Chi. The shopkeepers looked at this scene in disbelief. Then, their eyes were filled with ecstasy. They were saved. "Who are you?" Paiju's eyes, hidden under the mask, revealed a trace of shock. His opponent's cultivation seemed to be only at the middle stage of the Transcendence Realm, but his combat power far exceeded that of a half-step into the Creation Realm. It was almost on par with the person he admired the most in his heart. It was truly terrifying. While he was shocked, Paiju was already thinking of a way out. "I'm a rotten old man." Ning-Chi grinned, and without waiting for Paiju to react, he swung his rod towards him. "Scatter!" Paiju shouted angrily. The Demon Heart Thieves scattered in all directions with tacit understanding. "Retreat, retreat!" Young Master Nangong and the others were instantly relieved, feeling that their lives had been spared. It was the same for the God Deer Army. Although their goal today was to wipe out the enemy, they didn't expect the enemy to set up so many people first. If it wasn't for Ning-Chi, they would have died here after a bloody battle. Boom! Paiju didn't escape far before he was struck to death by Ning-Chi's staff. Ning-Chi reached out and grabbed his soul. With a gentle sweep, the underworld cultivator who had suddenly appeared turned into a wisp of blue smoke that dissipated where he stood. "Shopkeeper Ning, thank you so much for your help today. Although they managed to escape, some of the main Demon Heart bandits died in your hand." Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and cupping his hands. Ning-Chi ignored him and took out the 9-spirited god bell from his spatial bag. With a light tap, a sound wave instantly reverberated in all directions. The Devil Heart bandits that managed to escape far away exploded into a pile of flesh and blood in the air. It was as beautiful as fireworks. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system's notification sound kept ringing. The dragon-slaying crystals on Ning-Chi's attribute panel gradually increased to 108320. Nearly 110,000 dragon-slaying crystals was enough for Ning Qi to buy those hard-to-find immortal herbs and elixirs to refine the Taishang Grand Restore pill to increase his cultivation. Not only that, the death of the 500-plus Devil Heart Bandits, as well as the dozen or so half-step creation realm existences, caused pillars of light to fly into Ning Qi's body, further condensing his primordial immortal Emperor Dharma form. If I kill them dozens of times like this, I will be able to break through to the late-stage Transcendence realm. At that time, my combat power will multiply. Now, if Lai Kong didn't break through in the Void realm, he wouldn't even be able to take one strike from me. If he breaks through to the First Tribulation Creator level, I won't be afraid either. There are many disciples in the Lai family. If I destroy the Lai family, my cultivation will also be more condensed. Ning Qi's mind raced, while everyone else stood rooted to the ground. They stared dumbfoundedly at the 9 divine bell in Ning Qi's hand. With just a gentle tap, he had killed hundreds of Dharma plane cultivators in an instant? Isn't this Dharma artifact a little too terrifying? Ning, Lin Yu stuttered. Ning Qi glanced at him and said, "Leave the demon heart thief to me. The dear God army will not interfere in this matter. Clean up the traces here. Goodbye." Before leaving, Ning Qi's gaze fell on young Master Nangong. Young Master Nangong and the elder from the Gongsun family both smiled fawningly at Ning Qi. "The bandits that attacked me just now, were they arranged by you?" Ning Qi said indifferently. "What? The bandits that attacked him?" Many shopkeepers were shocked. Young Master Long seemed to have a flash of lightning in his mind. He pointed at young Master Nangong and said, "Could the rumors be true? The Nangong family and the Gongsun family are raising bandits to rob ordinary merchant caravans?" After young Master Long's reminder, the way everyone looked at the two changed. Young Master Nangong's face was filled with horror as he quickly denied it. "Lin Yu, I will leave the matters of these two families to you as well." After saying that, Ning Qi flew into the sky and left. Nuwa had already brought all the combat robots back to the invisible Nuwa ship in the sky and left with Ning Qi. Lin Yu was stunned and looked at young Master Nangong with a gloomy face. "The Nangong family is raising bandits?" Chapter 1419. The Hunt Begins. Nuwa. Ning Qi stood in the control room. After a round of interrogation, Nine Pai finally told Ning Qi the identities of all the Devil Heart Bandits apart from the bandit. This included their true identities, where they cultivated, and what their cultivation levels were. Peddlers, merchants, soldiers of the Dear God Army, and many elders of second-rate sections. TSK, your demon heart bandits are really everywhere in the Deer Sect Celestial Dynasty. Ning Qi looked at Pai Jiu Soul mockingly. "I've already said what I need to say. Let me go. If you insist on knowing the identity of the bandits, I will definitely not tell you. It doesn't matter even if my soul is destroyed." Pai Jiu Soul looked at Ning Qi coldly. "Isn't the bandits the young master of the Piao Miao sect? A first tribulation creator?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. "Gg." Pai Jiu shrieked. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. How did he know the young master's identity? Why, seems like it's true. But I'm quite surprised that Scorching Sun Sovereign isn't a member of your demon heart bandits. Oh right, does your Piao Miao sect leader know that his son is the demon heart bandits leader? Ning Qi smiled. "I won't tell you, I won't." Pai Jiu gritted his teeth and looked at Ning Qi. "Forget it, it's fine if you don't say it. But do you want to know why I can lure you out, and why I know the true identity of your demon heart bandits leader?" Ning Qi smiled. Why? Pai Jiu was slightly startled. His eyes revealed a trace of deep doubt. He thought that as the strategist of the demon heart bandits, his every move was extremely cautious. He had never left behind any clues that could point to his young master. Even if the identity of an ordinary bandits was discovered, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him, let alone the young master hiding behind him. Take a look at who I am. Ning Qi retracted his transformation and returned to his original appearance. Pai Jiu's expression suddenly turned ugly. You're the ant that blocked the way that day. You've been eyeing us since then? Hee, it was then that I confirmed your identity. I have an innate ability. As long as I want to know, I can know everything with just a glance. Ning Qi smiled. Impossible. Pai Jiu's face was full of disbelief, but his heart was already starting to regret. If he had directly driven the car around Ning Qi instead of choosing to lash and scold him, perhaps today's incident wouldn't have happened. What does it have to do with me whether you believe it or not? After I take care of all your devil heart bandits, I'll find a chance to kill your young master and send him to accompany you. Ning Qi smiled, and with a flick of his finger, a strand of immortal energy fell onto Pai Jiu's soul. Pai Jiu only had time to let out an extremely resentful and miserable howl before transforming into a wisp of green smoke that dissipated between the heavens and the earth. Nuwa, those guys he mentioned just now, have they all been saved into your database? Ning Qi laughed. Of course. Nuwa smiled sweetly. Moreover, I have already calculated their current position. The margin of error is only 10%. All right. Ning Qi smiled. Next, it was time to hunt. Old Man Wu, are you not going to open your tea stall for the next 2 days? Is it because your cultivation has reached a bottleneck? Let me tell you, give me all the good tea that you have hidden. I will introduce you to an eternal life realm cultivator. You can ask him for advice. No need, my body has been a little uncomfortable these past 2 days, but it's much better now. An old man smiled and greeted the people. Then, he set up a small tea stall on the street. This was a small town. Usually, passing cultivators would stop here. Basically, it was difficult to see an eternal life realm cultivator. Most of them were Dodan realm cultivators and Qi training realm cultivators. The tea that Old Man Wu sold was very famous in this small town. Therefore, when the stall appeared, it immediately attracted many cultivators to come and drink tea. Give me a cup of tea. Ning Qi walked over and randomly chose an empty seat to sit on. All right. Old Man Wu quickly poured a cup for Ning Qi and thoughtfully reminded him. This guest, my tea is a bit strong. After you finish drinking, go back to cultivate and digest it. Grandpa! A little girl ran over. She was sweating profusely, but her hand was holding a blade of grass. There was a faint fragrance coming from it. Old Man Wu patted her head and chuckled. Going to help Grandpa dig tea leaves again? Let me tell you, don't go to the back mountain. There are demonic beasts roaming around there. You will be taken away. I'm not afraid. I can kill them with one punch. The little girl proudly waved her fist. Ning Qi looked at this scene indifferently and suddenly said, I really can't tell that the devil heart thief that slaughters innocents like flies would usually hide in this place. The nearby cultivators did not seem to hear Ning Qi's words. Only Old Man Wu's expression suddenly changed. His face revealed a trace of coldness as he looked at Ning Qi with some seriousness. Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. What are you doing here? To take your life. Old Man Wu's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly clutched his chest and slowly fell to the ground. Seeing this, his granddaughter went forward and pushed Old Man Wu's body in horror. Grandpa, what happened to you? The nearby cultivators also came over. A cultivator moved Old Man Wu's arm away and was shocked to find that Old Man Wu's heart was already gone. Who would attack Old Man Wu? Everyone looked around in bewilderment. At the same time, Ning Qi had already left without looking back. He did not show mercy to Old Man Wu just because he had a granddaughter. How could a guy with over 800 sin points be anything good? Every day there would be some minor characters dying in different ways. Some directly evaporated, some turned into a pile of minced meat. However, their deaths were completely inconspicuous. To the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty, if there weren't more than 10,000 people dying at once, it would not attract the attention of others. Guyu City. In a dilapidated courtyard, a cultivator wearing white robes sat on the highest seat. On his face there was a faint golden mask. His eyes were two translucent gems, and there was a faint mist lingering around them. This mask was a low-grade spirit treasure. At this moment, there were 3 people half kneeling in front of him. These 3 people were only at the intermediate stage of the law phase realm, and their bodies were trembling. "Are you sure that you can't contact anyone?" The cultivator wearing the faint golden mask said faintly. Reporting to the thief master. Other than the 3 of us, we can't contact the others at all. Even if we use the special communication method of the Devil Heart Thief, we can't find them. The military advisor has also disappeared. Seems like someone is attacking our Devil Heart Thief. In these few days, go back and wait for my news. Remember, don't run around. Chapter 1420. Cultivation. After more than 10 days, the remaining 3 fellows of Demon Heart Bandits were still alive and kicking. The cultivator with the faint golden mask, who was secretly observing them, felt a little confused. The guy he was waiting for had returned to Dun City because the half-a-year agreement with the 3 people from Bai Qing had come to an end, and considering that it would be difficult to ambush the Floating Mist Sect's young sect master, he had returned to Dun City. "I've already tested the power of the Coiling Dragon Staff and the 9-spirited Divine Bell. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with a First Tribulation Master of Creation. I just don't know if the Coiling Dragon Staff will be able to destroy all techniques and destroy the opponent's power of creation. Looks like I'll have to have a real battle if I want to know the limits of my combat power." Ning Qi sat in the main hall and pondered for a while. Bai Cheng and the other 2 walked in one after another. "Commander, I didn't disappoint you." Each of them handed an interspatial ring to Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at the immortal herbs and spiritual medicine inside and nodded in satisfaction. These immortal herbs and spiritual medicine, together with the ones Ning Qi bought from the dragon-slaying mall, were enough to refine 200 to 300 cauldrons of Taishang Grand Rejuvenation Elixir. On average, there were 4 elixirs per cauldron, which would be more than 1,000 elixirs. To Ning Qi, 1 Taishang Grand Rejuvenation Elixir was equivalent to killing an early-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator. After consuming all of them, in addition to the 1,000 Demon Heart Thieves that he killed, Ning Qi's cultivation level would definitely be pushed to the peak of the middle-stage Transcendence Realm. "You may leave. When the time comes, I will give each of you 5 Grand Restore pills. I believe that with your talent, you will be immune to this medicine in the future after taking these 5 pills." Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. Bai Cheng and the other 2 were pleasantly surprised. These immortal herbs and spirit herbs would only cost them a few 100,000 Deer Sect celestial coins each, but Ning Qi was willing to give them 5 great supreme revitalizing pills each. This was a great deal. "System, I want to buy a 60-day top-notch cultivation training ground." 60 years was enough for him to digest all the refined Supreme Grand Restore pills. "Brother Wang, why don't we find your master, Alchemy Venerate Blackwater, and ask him to remove Ning Beixian from his position?" "Yeah, the Alchemist Alliance of the Deer Immortal Dynasty has already learned of this matter. No other place would be willing to accept the 3 of us. We might as well leave the Deer Immortal Dynasty." "Shut up. I've already found out that Ning Beixian's parents had a great feud with Lai Kong, the son of Venerable Scorching Sunday. Now that Ning Beixian has become the commander of a region, what do you think Venerable Scorching Sun will do if he finds out? Could it be that Brother Wang wants to? Not bad." Wang Ting sneered. At this moment, the 3 of them had already stepped into Guyu City and were flying towards the Floating Mist Sect. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the floating mist sect. Who are you? The floating mist sect's gatekeeper stared coldly at the three of them. I'm Wang Ting from the Alchemist Alliance. I have something to discuss with Venerable Blazing Sunday, Wang Ting said lightly. Alchemist Alliance? The floating mist sect's gatekeeper's expression changed slightly. He nodded at the three and said, "Please wait for a moment. I'll go pass the message." He turned around and left. Not long after, he returned to the mountain gate and respectfully said to the three of them, "Please follow me." Under his lead, Wang Ting and the other two soon saw Venerable Blazing Sunday. "Little friend Wang Ting, what's the matter?" Venerable Blazing Sun was very tall and his face was 70% to 80% similar to Lai Kong. The only difference was that his hair was very white, the kind that had lost its luster. As he spoke, Wang Ting and the other two could feel a suffocating pressure permeating the surroundings. "Venerable Blazing Sun, I'm here because I have something to tell you." Wang Ting smiled faintly and cupped his hands. "Please say it." Venerable Blazing Sun nodded. A trace of impatience flashed in his eyes. He was originally cultivating in seclusion, but his subordinate informed him that Wang Ting wanted to see him. If it wasn't for the sake of Wang Ting's backer, Venerable Blackwater and alchemy sage Emerald Sea, he might not have been willing to break out of seclusion. Ning Beixian came to the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty. He even became the commander of the Alchemist Alliance in Da'an City. Wang Ting said. Ning Beixian became the commander of the Alchemist Alliance in Da'an City? But do I know this person? Venerable Blazing Sun frowned slightly. He didn't understand why the other party would come to him and talk about something that had nothing to do with him. Venerable Blazing Sun might not know this person, but I'm sure you know his parents, Feng Jiuxian and Wang Muting, right? Wang Ting smiled faintly. Feng Jiuxian's son? Venerable Blazing Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. He finally knew the purpose of Wang Ting's visit. At the same time, he was a little surprised. Although he already knew that Feng Jiuxian's son appeared in the Azure Dragon mainland more than 100 years ago, this matter was handled by his son, Lai Kong. But in just a short span of 100 years, this person actually became a commander of the Alchemist Alliance? That's right. This person is already a mid-stage law phase realm cultivator, and his attainments in alchemy are quite extraordinary. I also accidentally found out that he has some enmity with Venerable's son, Lai Kong, so I came to inform you. Wang Ting smiled. Hee, it seems that he snatched the position of the commander of your Da'an city. You want to use this old man's blade to kill this person? But this person is now a commander, and this old man is just a level 1 creator, so I don't dare to use my blade. Venerable Blazing Sun said with a faint smile. Venerable Blazing Sun, if you don't use your blade, it's hard to guarantee that he won't use his blade in the future. This person has just arrived, and he can already sit on the position of a commander. He also has an incomparably mysterious inheritance of alchemy. How long do you think it will take for him to climb to a higher position? When that time comes, I'm afraid there will be many level 3 and level 4 creators working for him, right? Wang Ting smiled confidently. If I kill him, the Alchemist Alliance will also take revenge for him. A cold light flashed in Venerable Blazing Sun's eyes. He knew that what Wang Ting said was true, but after receiving this news, Venerable Blazing Sun didn't think of how to eliminate this future trouble. Venerable Blazing Sun, don't worry. My master, Alchemy Venerable Blackwater, still has a say in the Alchemist Alliance. With him behind the scenes, I believe no one will rashly stand up for a country cultivator. Wang Ting smiled. You'd better bring your master's letter to discuss this matter with me. Venerable Blazing Sun said cautiously. A mere Wang Ting wasn't worthy of his trust. No problem. A trace of joy flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He already knew from the Fire Pellets sect that Ning Qi didn't give any face to his master. According to his master's temper, he would write this letter no matter what. Ning Beixian, when you're at death's door, will you kneel and beg for mercy? In the top cultivation training ground. In order to refine these hundreds of batches of supreme great recover pills, Ning Qi spent more than 100,000 dragon-slaying crystals. The dragon-slaying crystals he obtained from the demon heart robber were now only about 50,000. Chapter 1421. Alchemist Union. Inside the main hall. These are your revered Grand Restore pills. Ning Qi took out 3 porcelain bottles and handed them over to Bai Cheng and the others. Bai Cheng and the others' eyes flashed with joy as they hurriedly cupped their fists and thanked Ning Qi. Even if they couldn't consume all of them, they could still sell a few to increase their wealth. After Bai Cheng's group left, Chen Yuanhao appeared in the main hall. Any news from Celestial Capital? Ning Qi asked. The scouts reported that Ancestor Wang Lin's injuries have greatly improved. He will wake up in a few months. Chen Yuanhao respectfully said. Thank you for your hard work. Ning Qi smiled and flicked his finger. A ray of golden light shot toward Chen Yuanhao. Chen Yuanhao looked at it and immediately knelt down. Thank you, Commander. As the captain of the Alchemist Union's anti-smuggling team, his monthly salary was only 50 deer sect celestial coins. Adding in some profits, it would be around 100 deer sect celestial coins. If he didn't eat or drink for 100 years, he would be able to save 120,000. Ning Qi's one move was worth far more than 200,000 deer sect celestial coins. No need. You can leave. Ning Qi faintly smiled. Chen Yuanhao whispered, Commander, there is one more thing I haven't reported. A few days ago, a scout saw Wang Ting's group of 3 at Rain Valley City. Why did the 3 go to Rain Valley City? I don't remember the Alchemist Union there. Ning Qi smiled. The scout's cultivation wasn't high, so he didn't dare to get too close. However, he guessed that Wang Ting's group of 3 went to the Floating Mist sect. Chen Yuanhao said. Floating Mist sect? With a thought, Ning Qi vaguely knew why Wang Ting went to the Floating Mist sect. The enmity between him and Lai Kong was not a secret. If someone wanted to go to the Azure Dragon continent, they would know about it. A while ago, the Fire Pill sect wanted him to give up his position, but Ning Qi did not care. Wang Ting must be planning to kill him with a borrowed knife. Venerable Lai Yang. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a cold gaze. Inform the other captains and ask them to send the best stealth experts under your command to keep an eye on Master Scorching Sun's whereabouts. Inform me as soon as possible if there is any anomaly. Ning Qi said lightly. Commander, if Reverend Lai Yang was provoked by Wang Ting, I don't think he would dare to do anything to you. Even the sect leader of the Floating Mist sect doesn't have the guts, let alone him. Chen Yuanhao said. What if Wang Ting's master, Venerable Blackwater, appears? I heard that this person is extremely protective of his people. I believe that he has already put me on his kill list, right? Ning Qi smiled faintly. This, Chen Yuanhao's expression changed. He didn't consider whether someone from the Alchemist Alliance would join hands with outsiders to deal with Ning Qi. Just do as I say and do what you are supposed to do. You don't have to think too much about other things. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. Yes. This subordinate obeys. Chen Yuanhao nodded and turned to leave. Venerable Blazing Sun, are you going to be the first creator to die under my rod? Ning Qi looked in the direction of the Gu city. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void and landed on the Floating Mist sect. Venerable Blazing Sun, this is a letter from my master. In the Floating Mist sect, Wang Ting came again. This time, he brought a letter from Venerable Blackwater. Before Venerable Blazing Sun opened it, he found a restrictive technique on the seal of the letter. He tapped it lightly and a black mist surged out. The mist changed a few times and condensed into 4 big words, To be opened by blazing Sunday, it is indeed Venerable Blackwater. Venerable Blazing Sun nodded lightly. He opened the letter and read it. His lips curled into a faint smile as he said to Wang Ting, "Your master is indeed protective of his people. For your matter, he even specially told Alchemy Saint Emerald Sea that even if he killed 3 to 5 venerables of the Alchemist Alliance, nothing would happen." Of course. Wang Ting smiled faintly. "Next, we need to find a way to lure this person out. If we make a move in Dun City, we will offend the City Lord Mansion and the Divine Deer Army. Do you have any ideas?" Venerable Blazing Sun said faintly. "What do alchemists like the most?" Wang Ting smiled, but when he saw Venerable Blazing Sun frowning, he knew that he was being too arrogant by asking him this question. No matter what, Venerable Blazing Sun was still a first tribulation creator, so he quickly answered himself, "Venerable Blazing Sun, alchemists love 3 things: pill cauldrons, pill formulas, and immortal herbs. We just need to take out one of them and create an illusion to lure this person here. By then, there will be at least a few thousand cultivators who will come after hearing the news. Some of them might even kill Ning Beixian. After all, his cultivation is only at the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm." "Oh? Then I'll need you to prepare these 3 things." Venerable Blazing Sun smiled. Wang Ting pondered for a moment. A hint of hesitation flashed through his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "I have a purple extreme divine fruit. I was planning to present it to Grandmaster during his birthday, but I'll use it now." "Purple extreme divine fruit?" Venerable Blazing Sun's eyes flickered and he said in surprise, "Is it the purple extreme divine fruit that's rumored to give one the purple extreme power?" Violet extreme energy was a special kind of energy. It was rumored that it was a power unique to an extinct race called the Violet Clan. This race was an extremely powerful race in this world, and they even had the power to become a ruler. Later on, they were destroyed by the ruler, the ancient heavenly dragon. That race was extremely skilled in weapon refinement, and the effects of the purple extreme power were extremely powerful. However, the purple extreme divine fruit could not be consumed directly. It had to be refined into elixirs. To the old monsters of the Weapon Refinement Alliance, the purple extreme divine elixirs refined from the purple extreme divine fruit were extremely valuable and could be exchanged for 3 to 5 middle-grade spirit weapons. "That's right." Wang Ting smiled proudly. "It wasn't easy to obtain this purple extreme divine fruit. Only my Grandmaster, the Elixir Saint, can refine it into the purple extreme divine elixir." He wasn't afraid that Venerable Blazing Sun would kill him for the treasure. How could a mere first tribulation creator dare to offend the Elixir Saint of the Alchemist Alliance? His Grandmaster, the Elixir Saint, was even more terrifying than the perfected immortals of the Deer sect. He was a 4th tribulation creator, and could destroy the Piaomiao sect in an instant if he were to fly into a rage. With it, we can indeed lure that fellow out. Venerable Blazing Sun sighed. Dun City. The City Lord Manor, the Deer God Army, the 3 major families, and the Alchemist Alliance received a report from their scouts at the same time. A purple extreme divine fruit had appeared in the ancient mountain range. Alchemist Alliance. This is the effect of the purple extreme divine fruit. After Spectral Elder explained to Ning Qi, he revealed a hopeful look. "If I can obtain this fruit, I will definitely be able to exchange it for a considerable amount of immortal herbs and spirit medicines. Regardless of whether the news is true or not, it seems like I have to make a trip. Spectral Elder, you guys stay here and guard the place. I'll go alone." Chapter 1422. Fail to steal a chicken ancient mountain range. The news of the purple extreme divine fruit had spread far and wide. Many cultivators had rushed over from all over the place. Ning Qi stood in the void and watched as the figures flew past him and into the Tsanggu mountain range. If Wang Ting and the others spread the news on purpose, then Supremacy Blazing Sun should be hiding somewhere now. Maybe he has already seen me. Ning Qi scanned his surroundings and smiled. He followed the group and flew into the Tsanggu mountain range. Although there was news of the birth of the extreme purple immortal fruit, no one knew its exact location. After more than 10 days of searching, someone finally found a valley shrouded in purple mist. Anyone who approached it, even an early-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator, would be poisoned. Anyone below the Transcendence Realm would either die or be crippled if they touched it lightly. It looks like we won't get our share of the purple extreme divine fruit. Many Eternal Life Realm cultivators shook their heads in disappointment and retreated far away. They didn't want to take advantage of the situation, but they wanted to see who would get the purple extreme divine fruit in the end. Near the valley, hundreds of Transcendence Realm cultivators looked at each other. Even the strongest Transcendence Realm cultivators didn't dare to test the purple mist. Rumor has it that when the extreme violet divine fruit is born, it will produce a purple mist. This purple mist is the power of the extreme violet divine fruit. When the fruit is without a master, it will refine anything that touches it like a spirit artifact. Su Feng Taoist, you mean that the purple mist isn't poison? It's the power of the purple extreme divine fruit? Yes. Is there a way to disperse it? Unless you're a master of creation, then perhaps you'll be able to use the energy of creation to disperse it. Otherwise, we'll have to wait here for 49 days for the purple mist to disperse on its own. At that time, we'll see who will be able to obtain the extreme violet immortal fruit. Su Feng Taoist smiled. He was a Transcendence Realm cultivator. Apart from him, there were 3 other Transcendence Realm cultivators who came to fight for the purple extreme divine fruit. The longer we wait, the more changes there will be. When the time comes, if a creator comes, we won't have a share of the purple extreme immortal fruit. I feel that we should work together to retrieve the purple extreme immortal fruit and sell it to the Alchemist Alliance. We'll split the cultivation resources evenly. This is a good idea. Perhaps we can give it a try. The nearby cultivators below the perfected Transcendence Realm had ugly expressions. If everything went according to plan, the purple extreme celestial fruit was no longer theirs. If the 4 of them worked together, they would naturally leave with the purple extreme celestial fruit. If they failed, the 49 days would be enough for other masters of creation to descend. No matter what the result was, they could only end up like those cultivators in the Eternal Life Realm, becoming a spectator role. When the 4 Transcendence Realm cultivators were discussing how to join forces to enter the valley, they noticed a figure walking slowly into the valley. Was that guy courting death? Middle Stage Law Phase Realm actually dared to enter this place? Even I was careless and got injured. Was this purple mist something he could withstand? You're courting death. A late-stage Law Phase Realm cultivator who was sitting on the ground and adjusting his breathing looked at Ning Qi coldly. Taoist Su Feng and the other perfected Transcendence Realm cultivators also temporarily focused their attention on that figure. The 4 of them looked at that figure with a faint smile until he entered the purple mist. He entered the purple mist? Everyone's eyes became extremely dull and filled with disbelief. He should have died in there, right? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Taoist Su Feng and the other perfected Transcendence Realm cultivators immediately appeared at the entrance of the valley. They looked in the place closest to the purple mist, but they could not see any trace of that figure at all. Their expressions gradually turned ugly. Could it be that this person has a treasure that can withstand this purple mist? It seems that Taoist Su Feng and the other 3 have miscalculated. I'm afraid the purple extreme celestial fruit will be taken by someone else first. So what? As long as they guard here, I'll cut off my head if that guy can take the purple extreme celestial fruit away. That's true. As expected, Daoist Su Feng and the others split into 4 directions, each standing guard in a direction. It seemed that they were prepared to wait for the purple mist to dissipate. Supremacy Blazing Sun, what's going on? Why did he go in? A pale face with an extremely distorted expression appeared on it. He was Wang Ting. The purple mist in this valley was created by him after he took out the purple extreme celestial fruit and used its characteristic. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw Ning Qi, but he did not expect that Ning Qi would enter the purple mist before he could make a move. If the purple extreme celestial fruit is taken by him, thinking of this, Wang Ting's expression became even uglier. There's no need to worry. It's better that he went in. Supremacy Blazing Sun smiled slightly and then walked toward the purple mist. He had already made some changes, so no one would recognize his identity. Another person entered the purple mist? We can't let him go in. Daoist Su Feng and the others reacted extremely quickly and attacked Supremacy Blazing Sun directly. However, Supremacy Blazing Sun gently waved his hand and sent them flying with serious injuries. Subsequently, Supremacy Blazing Sun's figure disappeared in the purple mist. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded. Could it be that a half-step to Creation Realm cultivator had come? Otherwise, how could 4 Transcendence Realm existences be defeated so easily? This is going to be troublesome. Daoist Su Feng held his chest and looked at each other. He was a little hesitant and did not know if he should continue staying here. Inside the purple mist, the purple extreme celestial force kept attacking Ning Qi's body like a tempered spiritual weapon. However, Ning Qi was wrapped in the celestial qi and could not be hurt at all. Is this the purple extreme celestial fruit? Not long after, Ning Qi stood in front of a purple fruit placed on a stone. The purple mist was emitted from it. No matter how he looked at it, this fruit seemed to have been deliberately placed there by someone. Ning Qi swept it gently and put it away. No matter who it is this time, he's going for wool and coming home shorn. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Hand over the purple extreme celestial fruit. A voice sounded behind Ning Qi. Ning Qi slowly turned around and looked at the person who had come. This person's appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Lai Kong. After taking a glance at his attributes, Ning Qi smiled and said, "Supremacy Blazing Sun, did you come here specifically for the purple extreme celestial fruit? You know who I am?" A trace of surprise flashed in Supremacy Blazing Sun's eyes. He had disguised himself, but his identity had still been exposed. This meant that his every move was probably under the surveillance of the other party. "Since you know who I am, why don't you hand over the purple extreme celestial fruit? I'll spare your life." Chapter 1423. Creation Realm. The purple extreme divine fruit is gone. Why don't you try and see if you can kill me? Ning Qi smiled faintly. If I kill him and take the purple extreme divine fruit away, Wang Ting won't be able to explain it even if he swallowed it. With that thought in mind, Supremacy Blazing Sun's lips curled into a faint smile. The next moment, the creation power in his body surged out in a manner that was 100 times stronger than an ordinary half-step Creation Realm cultivator. In that instant, the purple mist in the vicinity dissipated significantly. The difference between a first tribulation creator and a half-step Creation Realm cultivator is indeed huge. Ning Qi's expression turned solemn. When Supremacy Blazing Sun attacked, his body expanded abruptly as well. Wielding the coiling dragon staff that had expanded as well, he swung it towards Supremacy Blazing Sun. The immortal qi almost materialized, as if it was a flame that pulsed on Ning Qi's body. This strike directly broke through the power of creation that was coming at him and headed for Venerable Blazing Sunday. The ant that he thought he could easily squash to death with a single move had suddenly displayed such terrifying strength. Even his power of creation had been broken. This immediately shocked Venerable Blazing Sun. Waves of creation power appeared in front of Supremacy Blazing Sun one after another, eliminating most of the power of Ningqi's staff. Boom! The two of them separated after a single clash. Holding the coiling dragon staff, Ningqi looked at Supremacy Blazing Sun with a faint smile. Supremacy Blazing Sun's expression was grim. Indeed, with the coiling dragon staff in hand, a first tribulation creator isn't that difficult to deal with. His creation power can only cause me some trouble at most in the face of the coiling dragon staff. What spirit weapon is that? Supremacy Blazing Sun asked solemnly. Dog beating staff. Ningqi smiled. A trace of anger flashed in Supremacy Blazing Sun's eyes. The other party was born in a remote place and was someone that his son could easily suppress. Yet, he dared to mock him right now. That was truly infuriating. However, no matter how furious he was, Venerable Blazing Sun did not act rashly. He realized that his battle prowess was on par with Ningqi's. If they were to fight, he might not be able to kill Ningqi without paying a price. He's relying on this rod, and it actually has the ability to destroy my power of creation. It's really special. If I can get it, my battle prowess will definitely soar, and I might even be able to fight against a second tribulation creator. A hint of greed flashed across Venerable Blazing Sun's eyes. His objective had changed again and again. Now, killing Ningqi was no longer his first objective. Snatching the coiling dragon staff from Ningqi's hands was something he could not wait to do. Do you really think that just because you have a spiritual weapon that can withstand my power of creation, you'll be able to fight someone of a higher level? I'll let you witness the true power of a creator, the power of creation. A knife suddenly slashed at Ningqi from behind. A sword broke out of the ground, and its target was also Ningqi. A mountain instantly condensed above Ningqi's head and pressed down on him. Numerous figures appeared out of nowhere, roaring as they pounced toward Ningqi. Is this the power of creation? Under the rules of the heavenly Tao of this world, one can create anything at will? With a single thought, one can create a supreme-grade Dharma artifact? A hint of surprise flashed across Ningqi's eyes. These things that suddenly appeared were not weak, as they were all augmented by the power of creation. Every attack tore through the void. Venerable Blazing Sun's lips curled into a sneer. His attacks were naturally not limited to just these. Suddenly, many meteors appeared in the sky and shot toward Ningqi. The storm, which was mixed with ice and snow, was about to freeze the world into pieces. A river appeared above Ningqi's head, filled with the power of creation. Each drop of the river water could create a huge hole in the ground. It was incomparably heavy, and at this moment, the entire river water flowed towards Ningqi. In this doomsday scene, Ningqi was standing at the center of the doomsday, and he would have to endure all kinds of attacks from the meteorological phenomena. Break! Ningqi waved the coiling dragon staff with a solemn expression, blocking the waves of attacks. However, these attacks seemed to be endless, appearing again after being shattered by Ningqi. After blocking for a few hours, Ningqi's immortal qi had already been reduced by 30%. Occasionally, he would be hit a few times, and his health was constantly decreasing. Venerable Blazing Sun stood in the distance with a faint smile, as if the changes in this world had nothing to do with him. He just watched Ningqi block the waves of meteorological phenomena that swept over. Something's not right. Ningqi vaguely felt that these attacks were a little strange. Suddenly, with a thought, he allowed the meteorological phenomena to land on him. He forcefully withstood the extremely strong destructive force and directly attacked Venerable Blazing Sunday. A mere mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm cultivator is still not dead after being hit by so many attacks? Venerable Blazing Sun was a little surprised and blocked Ningqi's coiling dragon staff at the same time. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Ning Qi finally realized that many of the meteorological attacks that landed on him did not take away his blood at all. This meant that some of them were illusions. Moreover, after exchanging so many blows, Venerable Blazing Sun's aura was still very strong, as if he had not lost any energy at all. He still had an endless supply of creation power. I knew it. If you masters of creation can really create things, what's the use of the celestial race? You pulled me into the illusion you created, didn't you? Ning Qi and Venerable Blazing Sun exchanged blows again, and both of them retreated hundreds of feet, facing each other from afar. Won't you understand when you break through to my realm? How can a summer insect speak of ice? However, you're the strongest existence I've seen in the Dharma characteristic realm to be able to last so long in my creation realm. Back when I was still a Dharma characteristic realm cultivator, I couldn't do it either. Seeing that you're a talent, I don't want the purple extreme divine fruit anymore. Acknowledge me as your master, and I'll make the decision to write off the feud between you and my son. Venerable Blazing Sun said calmly. Creation realm. Using the power of creation to build a realm that belongs to you? In that case, you can indeed be considered a master of creation in this realm. It seems that this is where the true strength of a master of creation lies. In the real world, their power of creation can't be as powerful and mystical as it is now. Those great rivers and meteors were all existences that only existences with domains could exist. However, if it was a Dharma artifact, Venerable Blazing Sun should also have the ability to create it in the outside world. If he wanted to kill Venerable Blazing Sun, he would first have to break his domain. You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Ning Qi smiled. Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications. I'll see how long you can last in this creation realm. The 9 divine bells appeared. With a light pat, a terrifying sound wave reverberated in all directions. Ning Qi swept his gaze across and saw a faint figure several hundred feet away from Venerable Blazing Sunday. Let's see where you can run to. Chapter 1424. Slaying Creation. How did he find my trail? Impossible. In the creation realm, as long as I don't want to be seen, it's impossible for him to see me. Venerable Blazing Sun was shocked at first, but he immediately heaved a sigh of relief and moved a few steps to the side. In his opinion, Ning Qi was just testing him. Boom. His entire body was filled with surging immortal spirit qi. The coiling dragon staff hit Venerable Blazing Sun, who looked surprised. Venerable Blazing Sun was hit directly into the ground, and a pool of blood seeped out of the soil. At the same time, the creation realm that he had created also shattered, and the doomsday scene disappeared completely. There was no trace of a fight on the ground, and the surroundings were still filled with purple mist. This was enough to prove that Ning Qi had indeed been pulled into a realm that was similar to space. This reminded Ning Qi of the towering tower that he had seen in the lower hegemony immortal realm. The space inside was somewhat similar to the creation realm, however. In comparison, the owner of the towering tower should be much stronger than Venerable Blazing Sunday. They were not on the same level. No, it's impossible. Venerable Blazing Sun's voice was very weak. He crawled out of the ground with great difficulty, and his head was already drooping toward his left shoulder. The bones in his neck had obviously been smashed, but even so, he was still alive. How did you find me? Even if a second tribulation master of creation was pulled into the creation realm by me, he wouldn't be able to find my real body so quickly. Venerable Blazing Sun stared at Ning Qi. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, and he pointed at Ning Qi in shock. That bell, it seems like you've seen it before? Ning Qi smiled faintly and walked slowly toward Venerable Blazing Sunday. Do you have any last words? I can wait for your son to come back and tell him. I'm a first tribulation master of creation. I won't die here just like that. That bell of yours is related to a great existence in the developing immortal realm. He won't let you off. Venerable Blazing Sun growled and held his head with both hands. The next moment, his figure gradually faded. Destruction of all techniques. Boom! Venerable Blazing Sun, who was about to disappear, was sent flying out of the void by Ning-Chi. This time, both of his legs had turned into minced meat. However, the power of creation was frantically repairing them. His severed limbs grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the HP bar above Venerable Blazing Sun's head dropped by a large amount, it also quickly recovered on its own. The life force of the Masters of Creation is much stronger than that of the Materialization Realm and Eternal Life Realm cultivators. They are almost immortal beings. Ning-Chi was very confident in his attacks. It was indeed shocking that a mere First Tribulation creator was able to survive such powerful attacks time and time again. I'll give you 100 strikes. Let's see if you die or not. Ning-Chi smiled and raised the coiling dragon staff. No, wait! Supremacy Scorching Sun raised his hands, as if he wanted to block Ning-Chi's coiling dragon rod. But the next moment, his body, which had been modified by the power of creation, was still extremely fragile, and his hands were blown up by the coiling dragon rod. Still not dead? One more time. Boom. Oh, you're so strong. You can still talk when you only have a head left? Boom. If you don't want to die, then continue. Boom. Ning-Chi hit Supremacy Scorching Sun again and again. From the moment Ning-Chi broke through his creation realm, Supremacy Scorching Sun no longer had the strength to resist. He could only continue to occupy his body, which was almost immortal in the eyes of others, to struggle at death's door. In just a short while, his head had been blown up by Ning-Chi, and his body had turned into minced meat. Pieces of minced meat wriggled on the ground, as if they wanted to find their brothers and fuse with them. In order to test how tenacious Supremacy Scorching Sun's life force was, Ning-Chi did not use many methods and just used his strength to smash Supremacy Scorching Sunday. In the end, Supremacy Scorching Sun was almost smashed into cells to the extent that ordinary people could not see with the naked eye. Yet, he still maintained the characteristic of rebirth. The life force of a First Tribulation creator is so tenacious? Ning-Chi looked at the health bar in the phantom. This was Supremacy Scorching Sun's health bar. When this health bar only had 100 health points left, physical attacks could no longer cause any damage. Forget it, I'll send you on your way. Ning-Chi smiled faintly and struck out with his palm. The 9 Flames Great Luo Palm instantly reduced Supremacy Scorching Sun's remaining 100 health points to 0. Then, a black shadow suddenly appeared. This time, Ning-Chi did not stop it and allowed it to take away Supremacy Scorching Sun's soul. A First Tribulation creator should have quite a lot of things, right? Ning-Chi reached out and grabbed, and an interspatial ring landed in his hand. He glanced at it. Other than 2 inferior-grade spiritual weapons, there were some bottles and jars of elixirs. However, there was one thing that surprised Ning-Chi. It was the genealogy book of the Scorching Sun clan, which recorded all the traces and cultivation of the current Scorching Sun clan members. After putting the genealogy book into his spatial bag, Ning-Chi made sure that Supremacy Scorching Sun's body was completely dead before he walked out. The purple mist in the vicinity had already faded away after Ning-Chi had collected the extreme purple immortal fruit. In the outside world, everyone was dumbfounded as they listened to the loud sounds coming from inside. Feeling the tremors of the mountains on the ground, they could imagine that an intense battle must have taken place inside. There's no more movement. The 2 guys inside should have already decided the winner. The winner must be the mighty figure who entered later. Nonsense, the one in front is only a mid-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator. The cultivators outside were whispering to each other. At this time, a figure was about to walk out from the thick purple mist. Everyone was holding their breath, especially Taoist Su Feng and the others, as well as Wang Ting, who was secretly looking forward to it. When everyone saw the guy walking out from the mist, they were all dumbfounded. How could it be, that mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator? Impossible. Where did supremacy scorching sun go? How could he let this guy come out alive? Wang Ting looked at Ning Qi in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Sir, did you take the purple extreme divine fruit? Taoist Su Feng and the others looked at each other and stepped forward to block Ning Qi from 4 directions with tacit understanding. When the nearby Transcendence Realm cultivators saw this, they also blocked Ning Qi's path. In their opinion, if they couldn't get it, they couldn't let a middle-stage Transcendence Realm cultivator get it. Ning Qi ignored the 4 of them and his gaze fell on Wang Ting, who was hiding in the crowd. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Wang Ting, you colluded with outsiders to attack me, the Alchemist Alliance's commander. What crime do you deserve? The Alchemist Alliance's commander. The expressions on Taoist Su Feng and the others' faces froze. Ning Beixian, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Chapter 1425. Chapter 1425, Sending you down to meet the blazing sun. We didn't know you were the commander of the Alchemist Alliance. Please forgive us for our rudeness. Taoist Su Feng and the others quickly cupped their fists at Ning Qi. They were a little regretful. The commander of the Alchemist Alliance was equivalent to a sect master. They couldn't afford to offend him at the perfected Transcendence Realm. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Ning Qi looked at Wang Ting with a faint smile. Ning Qi ignored Taoist Su Feng and the others. They looked at each other awkwardly and stood aside to watch the show. Am I supposed to understand? Wang Ting said expressionlessly. He glanced at the purple mist from the corner of his eyes and felt a little anxious. He didn't believe that venerable blazing sun would lose to Ning Qi. Something must have happened. At this moment, he was most anxious about the purple extreme divine fruit. It was a birthday gift he planned to give to alchemy sage Emerald Sea. By then, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely, and his status in the Alchemist Alliance might even surpass his master. If it was missing, it would be a great loss. Stop looking. There's nothing inside. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, and his expression became worse. He snorted at Ning Qi. Did you take the purple extreme divine fruit? Why don't you guess? Ning Qi smiled. Wang Ting trembled with anger, but he couldn't lose his temper. Could he say that the purple extreme divine fruit was his and he deliberately placed it there to lure Ning Qi out? If he said that publicly, even alchemy sage Emerald Sea might not be able to protect him. The Alchemist Alliance clearly prohibited internal fights. Although we don't have a share of the purple extreme divine fruit, it seems that we can watch a good show. I wonder how big the internal fight will be? Taoist Su Feng and the others transmitted their voices to each other. Wang Ting wanted to turn around and leave, but he was really unwilling to wait for the purple mist to dissipate and confirm the location of the purple extreme divine fruit. Moreover, venerable blazing sun hadn't appeared yet, so this matter wasn't over yet. Thinking up to this point, Wang Ting sneered and said, "What difference does it make whether I guess or not? However, let me be clear with you, this extreme violet immortal fruit is something that my grandmaster, the Emerald Sea Pill Saint, wants. You should hand it over and I'll put in a good word for you in front of him. Otherwise, I'll have him personally ask for it." What the Emerald Sea Alchemy Saint wanted. Everyone rejoiced. It turned out that the extreme purple immortal fruit had long been coveted by the Alchemist Alliance. If they had taken the fruit without permission, they might not have been able to live past the second day. The Emerald Sea Pill Sage was a four-tribulation creator, an existence even stronger than the deer sect perfected immortal. Oh, then let him come to me. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Ting's expression suddenly froze. Before he could react, he saw Ning Qi walking towards him. Wang Ting's face showed a trace of surprise. What are you going to do? I'll send you down to meet the scorching sun. A voice exploded in his ears. What? Did he really kill Venerable Blazing Sun? How was this possible? Wang Ting felt that it was ridiculous. Seeing that Ning Qi had already walked in front of him, he suddenly became angry. He directly slapped Ning Qi with a low roar. His palm landed on Ning Qi, but Ning Qi's body did not even shake. He looked at Wang Ting with a faint smile. You made the first move. So many people here saw it. You hit me, so I'll hit you back. After saying that, Ning Qi directly slapped Wang Ting, who had a horrified look on his face. Oh no, I've been tricked. That was Wang Ting's final thought. If Ning Qi had not said that the scorching sun was already dead, he might not have panicked and attacked Ning Qi first. 9 Flames Great Luo Palm. Ning Qi's palm, which carried an incomparably majestic immortal qi, directly landed on Wang Ting's body. During this period, Wang Ting wanted to dodge, but his feet seemed to be filled with lead, so heavy that he could not lift them. Ning Qi smiled and retracted his palm from Wang Ting's body. Wang Ting had a look of disbelief on his face as he looked at Ning Qi in a daze. In the next moment, 9 kinds of immortal flames suddenly ignited on his body, burning Wang Ting into ashes in an instant. His soul screamed at Ning Qi before it was grabbed by a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. The nearby cultivators were dumbfounded. They did not expect that these 2 existences from the Alchemists' Alliance would suddenly attack after a few words of conversation. One of them even died in such a strange way. That's really strange. What kind of technique was that? A mere mid-stage transcendence cultivator actually killed a half-step perfected cultivator with one move? The 4 cultivators at the transcendence realm looked at each other and saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. Ning Qi chuckled and left the place without looking back. On this trip, he had killed Venerable Blazing Sun, killed Wang Ting, and obtained an extreme purple fruit. After he left, 2 figures walked out from behind a large tree in the distance with shocked expressions on their faces. Wang Ting is dead. What should we do? Quickly report this news to Alchemy Master Blackwater and see how he will deal with it. However, so many people here saw that Wang Ting attacked first. Even if Alchemy Master Blackwater wants revenge, he might not be able to do it publicly. Sai Da and City. After returning to the Alliance, Ning Qi studied the purple extreme celestial fruit for a while. He bought information about the purple extreme celestial fruit from the Dragon Slaying Mall. Only then did he realize that apart from being able to refine the purple extreme celestial pill, it could also be refined into a kind of auxiliary spiritual weapon. After being refined, it could be fused with various spiritual weapons and become a companion existence to the spiritual weapon that was fused with it. Day and night, it could enhance the quality of the spiritual weapon with the purple extreme power. I have the 9 hell tempering art. The extreme purple power is useless to me. It's better to refine it into an extreme purple pearl and fuse it with the Nuwa. Ning Qi pondered for a moment and made a decision in his heart. He bought a top cultivation training ground for a few days. While Ning Qi was refining the extreme amethyst bead, in a place far away from the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty in the Dark Knight Immortal Dynasty, in a certain alchemist alliance, an old man in black robes suddenly trembled. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. There was a pile of white crystal powder. Wang Ting's life plate is broken. He's dead? The old man murmured to himself. Lord Commander, there's a message. Someone outside said in a low voice. What message? The old man raised his head indifferently. Wang Ting died in the hands of the Dan City commander, Ning Beixian. The one who attacked first was Wang Ting. There's only one sentence in this message. I understand. You can leave now. The old man said indifferently. Lord Commander, should we report this matter? I told you to leave. The old man's voice became a little cold. The outside instantly became quiet. Chapter 1426. Where is Ning Beixian? Ning Qi spent half a month to refine the extreme amethyst bead. Because the extreme amethyst immortal fruit itself had the power of the extreme amethyst, it was not easy to refine it with ordinary methods. Fortunately, Ning Qi had the 9 hells tempering art, which made the process go smoothly. After refining the extreme amethyst bead, Ning Qi fused it with the Nuwa. Nuwa, how do you feel? Ning Qi smiled. He could see wisps of the power of the purple pole emanating from the bead and spreading throughout the entire Nuwa, slowly tempering every corner of the ship. The speed was not fast, but if it was tempered 24/7 like this, for a spiritual artifact that could easily survive for tens of thousands of years, the improvement would be tremendous. I feel very comfortable, Nuwa said with a smile, her eyes curved into crescent moons. This bead is not bad. If I can get a few more, I can put one in all the spirit artifacts. It'll be like having one more guy working for me day and night to improve the quality of the spirit artifacts. Ning Qi smiled. He would go to the market and see if he could exchange the Taishang Grand Restore pill for the extreme purple divine fruit. After refining the extreme purple bead, Ning Qi sat down with his legs crossed. Killing Lord Liang had cost him a lot, but he had also gained a lot of benefit. The 10,000 ancient immortal emperor art was injected with a surge of energy, instantly condensing it. It was equivalent to killing 1,000 Dharma characteristic realm cultivators and consuming 1,000 Taishang Grand Return pills. When he was refining the extreme amethyst bead, Ning Qi had already stabilized his cultivation that had suddenly soared. Now, if he cultivated for another year or two, he would be able to completely stabilize his cultivation that had suddenly soared. After meditating motionlessly for a few years, Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes when it was time to buy the training ground. The immortal qi in his body had already calmed down and stabilized, killing people and swallowing pills. Although these two methods increase my cultivation quickly, there's a high risk of my body exploding. Fortunately, my physical body has already fused with the primordial immortal emperor's Dharma idol. Otherwise, I might have directly exploded after killing Venerable Blazing Sun. Ning Qi sighed and left the training ground. Ancestral Patriarch Beixian, a guest is here to see you. Li Kuanxin's voice came from outside. He didn't know whether Ning Qi was in the room or not. In any case, he would call out every half an hour. Ning Qi opened the door and glanced at Li Kuanxin. Who is looking for me? Wang Ting's master? Senior brother? Their speed shouldn't be that fast, right? It's a young man. However, his cultivation base seems to be very thick. I am unable to see through it. Li Kuanxin bowed. Oh, I got it. Is he in the guest hall? Exactly. You've been learning alchemy from Ghost Elder recently, how's it going? Ning Qi smiled. I've officially become Elder Ghost's disciple, and I've learned how to refine a level 2 amplification pill. Li Kuanxin said happily. This was the difference between the Central Mainland and the Azure Dragon Mainland. In the Azure Dragon Mainland, even if he had a level 1 amplification pill, he wouldn't be able to learn it. How long had it been since he came to the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty? He already knew how to refine a level 2 amplification pill. Although the quality wasn't good and the success rate was slightly low, at least he had reached the threshold of becoming an alchemist. If he went to the Azure Dragon Mainland, he would immediately be treated as a VIP, not because of his high ranking on the Azure Dragon roll, but because he knew how to refine a level 2 amplification pill. When he arrived at the guest hall, Ning Qi was slightly surprised. Brother Shun, why are you here? Ning Qi smiled. Shun Bai was sitting inside, and Bai Cheng was chatting with him. The ghost elder didn't show up, so it was obvious that they didn't know Shen Bai's real identity. Brother Ning, it's not easy to see you. Shen Bai joked. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Ning Qi smiled. Commander. Bai Ching stood up and bowed. Ning Qi nodded. After Bai Ching left, only he and Shen Bai were left in the guest hall. Brother Shen, did you come alone this time? Ning Qi smiled. Yes, I specifically came to the Dawn City to look for you. The last time I traded with you the Great Supreme Returning Pill, just as I returned, it was divided up by a few of my brothers and sisters. I don't know if younger brother Ning still has any left, can you sell some to me? Shen Bai smiled. Ning Qi had swallowed thousands of Great Supreme Recover pills last time, but he still had more than 100 in reserve. After all, the Great Supreme Recover pill was extremely valuable in the central mainland, and could be used as celestial coins. I still have more than 10 Great Supreme Recover pills, I wonder if it's enough? Ning Qi smiled. You still have so many? It's enough, it's enough. I'll buy it this time and eat it alone. I won't let them know. Shen Bai was a little surprised. He originally thought that the 15 Great Supreme Recover pills that Ning Qi took out last time was already his limit. Shen Bai knew Ning Qi's identity and origin very well. He had not been in the Deer Gate Celestial Dynasty for long. Even if he had found immortal herbs and elixirs to refine 8th grade pills in the Azure Dragon continent, there would not be too many. This time, he had planned to buy 3 to 5 pills, but he did not expect Ning Qi to have more than a dozen. I know that younger brother Ning likes to refine artifacts, so this time I brought something better than the sun essence you brought last time. It should be enough to exchange for 10 Great Supreme Recover pills. Shen Bai smiled. This is, Ning Qi saw Shen Bai take out a fingernail-sized thing. Brother Ning, you haven't seen it before, right? Shen Bai said with a smile. The fingernail-sized, silver-white thing was wrapped in his power of creation, floating above his palm. Ning Qi smiled and glanced at its attributes. Heaven and earth spirit, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon all year round, nurturing for millions of years, and forming a good material for refining weapons. So it's heaven and earth spirit. Ning Qi smiled. Shen Bai was slightly startled. A cultivator from the Azure Dragon continent could recognize heaven and earth spirit? This was not common in the central mainland. The reason why he could take out a fingernail-sized thing this time was because he had found it in the universe ring of someone he had killed in a battle a few hundred years ago. Because refining heaven and earth spirit required extremely high refining skills, even his master could not refine it, Shen Bai had kept it, in case the people from the Blacksmith Union found out and asked for it. Looks like I've underestimated brother Ning. Shen Bai had a feeling that Ning Qi's refining skills might not be as weak as they looked. He might not have bought the sun essence for practice. Is Ning Beixian here? A voice that sounded like a great bell exploded in the air. Chapter 1427. Mockery. Pill venerate Blackwater? Senior Ghost's expression changed slightly. He quickly transmitted his voice to Ning Qi, telling him the identity of the newcomer. This person was Wang Ting's master, Pill venerate Blackwater, a second tribulation creator. Pill venerate Blackwater's gaze first swept past Senior Ghost, Bai Qing, and the others. When he saw Shen Bai standing beside Ning Qi, his gaze shifted slightly before landing on Ning Qi. You are Ning Beixian? Pill venerate Blackwater asked indifferently. And that's me. I'm not used to raising my head to talk to people. After saying that, Ning Qi turned and entered the guest hall, not giving any face at all. Shen Bai was slightly startled. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He thought that brother Ning was really interesting. He didn't give any face to Pill venerate Blackwater even though he knew the other party was him. Shen Bai cupped his hands and bowed to Pill venerate Blackwater. Pill venerate Blackwater, we meet again. His cultivation was slightly weaker than Pill Venerate Blackwater, but he was the personal disciple of the Deer Gate perfected immortal, so he didn't need to be too respectful. Moreover, he had some enmity with Pill Venerate Blackwater in the past. After bowing, Shenbai turned and entered the guest hall. Senior Ghost and the others exchanged glances and coughed. Senior Ghost laughed dryly. Pill Venerate Blackwater, the commander is already waiting for you in the guest hall. Pill Venerate Blackwater looked at Senior Ghost expressionlessly. 3 breaths later, he landed on the ground and walked into the guest hall. Ningqi sat on the main seat and met Pill Venerate Blackwater's gaze. May I know why Pill Venerate Blackwater has come all the way here? Ningqi asked with a faint smile. He was the commander of a region, and so was Pill Venerate Blackwater. Their positions in the Alchemist Alliance were about the same. Thus, even though Pill Venerate Blackwater was a second tribulation creator and Ningqi wasn't even a half-step creation, no one would gossip about his attitude. Pill Paragon Blackwater surveyed Ningqi from top to bottom before turning to Shenbai. His eyes flashed with bewilderment. From what he knew, Ningqi had just arrived at the Deer Gate Immortal Dynasty. How did he get involved with Shenbai, a personal disciple of a true immortal of the Deer Gate? Could it be that this brat knew that he had a grudge with Shenbai and intentionally pulled him here to put up a front? Thinking up to this point, Pill Venerate Blackwater smiled faintly and looked at Ningqi. My disciple, Wang Ting, was killed by you in the ancient mountain range? Wang Ting is dead? Shenbai's expression changed slightly. He didn't know about this. If Ningqi really killed Wang Ting, it would be troublesome. According to his understanding, the Alchemist Alliance strictly forbade internal strife. Even if it was a pill boy, they couldn't just kill him. Wang Ting was indeed killed by me, but he was the one who made the first move. He hit me with a palm, and I hit him back with a palm. Isn't that fair? Could it be that Pill Venerable Blackwater is here today for this matter? Ningqi chuckled. Wang Ting is dead? Senior Ghost and the others stood outside the door. When they heard this, they were shocked. They couldn't help but feel nervous. However, when Ningqi said that Wang Ting made the first move, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. You know that internal strife is forbidden in the Alchemist Alliance, right? My disciple Wang Ting hit you with a palm, and you hit him back with a palm. This is indeed very fair. However, why is he dead and you are sitting here alive? This old man can't figure it out. Wang Ting is a half-step perfected alchemist, and you are only a mid-stage transcendence realm cultivator. In this case, it's hard to avoid suspicion. Did you set up a trap to kill him? Pill Venerate Blackwater said with a faint smile. Set up a trap to kill him? Ningqi sneered. Yes. I received news that the Floating Mist Sect's elder, Supremacy Blazing Sun, also went to the ancient mountain range. You have a deep relationship with the Lai family. Are you going to use this chance to get Supremacy Blazing Sun to cooperate with you to kill my disciple? Pill Venerate Blackwater said indifferently. As expected of Pill Venerate Blackwater. How sinister. As a second tribulation creator, don't you think it's embarrassing for you to distort the truth? Ningqi said with a smile. He believed that a mere Wang Ting would not be able to get Supremacy Blazing Sun to help. This time, Wang Ting set up a trap to kill him in the ancient mountain range. Pill Venerate Blackwater must have helped in the dark. Now that Pill Venerate Blackwater had come to him to distort the truth, it was obvious that he wanted to frame Ningqi with a crime and kill him on the spot. After that, this matter would definitely be left unsettled. Distort the truth? Pill Venerate Blackwater said with a faint smile. How about this? Take one move from me. Let's see if you have the strength to kill Wang Ting in one move. If you don't, what I said before is most likely the truth. When the time comes, there will naturally be someone to suppress you when you kill your colleague in the Alchemist Alliance. How vicious! Everyone thought to themselves. Pill Venerate Blackwater had spoken for a long time because he wanted to use this opportunity to kill Ning Qi in one move. With his status, he would at most receive a light punishment and the matter would be over. If I don't accept it, then it proves that I lured Wang Ting to death, right? Ning Qi said with a smile. Yes. Although Wang Ting attacked first, as a perfected half-step alchemist, he clearly showed mercy to you. However, your palm strike killed him on the spot. This can only mean that there is someone else behind you. You attacked just to deceive others. What do you think the higher-ups will think of this matter? Will they believe you or me? Pill Venerate Blackwater said with a faint smile. Shunbai coughed. Just as he was about to speak, Pill Venerate Blackwater looked at him coldly. This is the internal affairs of the Alchemist Alliance. Shunbai, you should just listen. Shunbai shrugged at Ning Qi. Although he had some enmity with Pill Venerate Blackwater, Pill Venerate Blackwater had already made it clear that he wouldn't allow outsiders to interfere in this matter. If Shunbai insisted on interfering, he would only bring trouble to himself and his master. All right, I'll take one move from you. However, I won't just sit here and take one move from you. There's no reason for me to not retaliate when someone attacks me, right? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. A cold glint flashed across Pill Venerate Blackwater's eyes. A majestic power of creation surged into his palm, and he slapped it at Ning Qi. Even a first tribulation creator would find it hard to block this attack. He believed that he could kill Ning Qi with one slap. Ning Qi smiled. He didn't use the coiling dragon staff. It wasn't good to expose this supreme-grade spirit artifact now. He stood up and met the attack with his palm. 9 flames great net palm. Boom. Pill Venerate Blackwater stood his ground, unmoving, while Ning Qi stumbled back a dozen steps. Pill Venerate Blackwater, this palm strike of mine is more than enough to kill Wang Ting, right? You've been a little too anxious today. If you invited a perfected immortal, or perhaps your master, Pill Sage Emerald Sea, to kill me with the reason just now, you might be able to avenge your disciple Wang Ting. However, after today, what reason do you have to attack me? Thousands of people saw what happened in the ancient mountain range. You're not in the right. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.